All right, welcome everybody to the City of Courtenay's April 2nd regular council meeting. I'd like to start by respectfully acknowledging that the land on which we gather on is the unceded territory of the Comox First Nation, the traditional keepers of this land. Do have a mayor's joint statement that I'd like to also just read out really quickly. As mayors from Canada, Mexico, and the United States, we urge national leaders to respect existing trade agreements between our three nations. For nearly 30 years, North American trade has provided immense value to all of our communities, creating jobs, reducing the cost of living for our families, and our nations have had no better trading partners. And when we trade with fair rules like the US, Canada, Mexico trade agreement, all three benefit. In 2022, with strong support from the mayors of all three nations, our USMCA countries supported approximately 17 million jobs, marking a 32% increase compared to 2020. The escalation of tariffs only raises costs for businesses, workers, and consumers across North America. Tariffs are taxes that increase the cost of living, drain bank accounts, and put supply chains and jobs at risk and disrupt local businesses. Our cities and countries need policies that encourage investment and facilitate efficient movement of goods and services across borders to sustain economic prosperity and job creation. We urge the national leaders to put our communities first, end the trade war, and keep our country strong and free with fair trade. Our families, businesses, and workers depend on it. Thank you. And just want to acknowledge our council has also put forward a tariff resolution. Thanks to Councillor Joel Kerr for bringing that forward. And we'll move into item number 2, our introduction of late items. All right, so there's been a move to move it and second it. And so the correspondence for Comox Valley Commission will be added as item 6.3 to the agenda, and we'll move into adoption of minutes for March 12th. Are there any errors or omissions? Seeing none, we'll accept those minutes as unanimous. And then we got the Parks and Rec minutes from February 6th. And any errors or omissions on those? Seeing none, we will move those unanimously, and we'll get into our presentation from RCMP Officer in Charge, Inspector Scott Mercer. All right. And if you want to, I'll turn the microphone on for the podium. It's all good. I was being a keener there. I try to put it on and then nobody has to touch anything, but it's all good.
Well, thank you for inviting us here. Myself and Staff Sergeant Troy Beauregard participated in the Courtenay Town Hall that we hosted last Wednesday in this very room. And thank you for the support that we had from your staff to make that a success. The amount of people that showed up was slightly less than what we anticipated, but I felt that we had a decent conversation and dialogue going with a lot of residents from this community. It was largely represented, I think, by the business community with some residents that were also there. I want to extend my appreciation and thanks to Greg Chadwick from the BIA, who moderated the town hall. I think we had a very good conversation. We set the tone early as far as civility and what we were trying to accomplish there that night. And mainly that was to seek input in terms of policing concerns within the city of Courtenay to help build our annual policing plan for this upcoming year. If the council will mind, I'll just refer to my notes that I made from it. Our town hall in of itself mainly consisted of a presentation that I gave, in which I had a panel of other members from my detachment to provide some context and details around it. The presentation consisted of data that was provided to this council in our third quarter report that I gave to you back in January. And to summarize, as far as the strategic priorities that were identified for the 2024-2025 year, from that we launched into things that have changed at the detachment, myself as one, being a recent introduction, several managers that have traded in and out, and some new staff. On top of that, we discussed about new equipment that we'll be getting, mainly the less than lethal options that I presented to this council before, the body worn camera. And then we rolled into the purpose of the evening, which was to discuss the policing concerns. I put it out to the audience through a Slido presentation or through a Slido app where they could ask anonymous questions if they wanted to. Given the size of the crowd, there wasn't that many that participated in the Slido. We did it anyway, and then we just went to open mic session, which persons came up to the microphone and they voiced what they felt was their concerns. Either way, we were able to draw information from that, from the Slido, as well as from some of the questions that were asked from the audience. There were 4. So with that, mainly the information that we were able to draw from it was obviously there is concern for activities that occur in the downtown area. Nothing that's new to this council with respect to some of the concerns. Public safety was identified, police visibility was identified, substance use was identified, minor property crime was identified, but when we went from the open mic questions to a straight polling question through the Slido app, there's only 4 responses in response to our basic question, what are your policing concerns? And I gave examples: property crime, violent crime, youth, organized crime, drugs, and traffic. And 4 responses that were given to us. And we left this app open for a period of 3 days, not necessarily just for that night. So it gave people time to reflect. The drugs, drug use, mental health were the main areas that were identified. But then I paired it with all the other concerns that were raised with from the audience. Priority categories that we came up with were substance use and mental health, traffic, property and violent crime, and public safety, speaking to public police presence and visibility. Those were the main areas that were identified, and I'll leave it to this council as to how they would like to formulate what they feel are the policing concerns and priorities. And I could happily come on a later date. We can discuss that in length, and then you can present that in a formal correspondence, and then we'll incorporate that into our policing plan for the upcoming year.
Excellent. And so I guess you're open for questions if there's any questions as well.
Yes.
All right. And I do see Councillor Hillian.
Thanks, Mayor, and thanks, Inspector. I'm just wondering, I was on a call earlier today related to mental health support in the community, and the peer assisted care team, which has changed its name to Crisis Response Community Led, has been in effect in the community for a few months now. And I'm just wondering if you're seeing any impact from that in terms of the calls you're receiving, and whether a decrease or shared response of any sort.
Well, no, thank you for the question. I mean, I look at myself and Troy look at the calls for service daily, and we still have a high amount of calls related to mental health for persons that are in some sort of health crisis, calls for assistance, check well-beings. I wouldn't be able to speak to the effectiveness of the civilian group that's out there that's assisting. I would think that they are making an effort to it, but we also, our calls for service has not dropped from what I've been able to see.
Thanks, Councillor Hillian. And Councillor Cole-Hamilton.
Thanks, Mayor, and thanks, Inspector Mercer. I was able to attend part of it and certainly appreciated just the really respectful tone that everyone in the room was striking, despite the difficult subjects that were being discussed, and just really appreciate your responsiveness of being at the community. And a couple of things that struck me were a lot of very specific support from downtown business folks for the work the RCMP is doing, particularly for the public presence of foot patrols. And just to pass on to our own staff, like just genuinely like endorsements for the work of bylaw. People expressed several times how happy they were and how they felt that in as much as the bylaw had their back. And anyway, it was a small but select crowd, but I think the response there is they saw the RCMP doing everything they could as a trusted partner, and certainly saw bylaw in the same way, which was anyway, it's part of the bridge building of going out into community, and I'm glad that's something you've really taken on as a priority. Yeah, thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Cole Hamilton. And Councillor Jolicoeur.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Thanks for the presentation on the town hall. Just in follow-up to Councillor Hillian's question about Circle, or previously known as the Pact, I think I'm looking forward to hearing from them around their responses. I know that they're doing quite significant amount of reporting and tracking, so I think that will be helpful to understand exactly what impact they're having. But I know that a few months ago when they were onboarding, we had asked you at the time what potential opportunities your detachment might have in being able to collaborate with them, and hearing that there is still a significant amount of calls that your officers respond to in terms of mental health. Can you speak to the way in which that is maybe changing, or ways in which you're collaborating, maybe referring calls to Circle, or previously known as the PAC, and any ways that we could encourage further collaboration?
No, for sure. And I don't know if I was able to bring it up in the last discussion. I held a meeting with Amy Chris from PACT at the time, and we discussed, some of the challenges that we're both facing within the community. We both understood what our respective roles were going to be, working towards that same common goal, which is to get people the help that they need. And we made an agreement as far as if there's any opportunity that we could look to utilize PACT, we certainly would. We opened up the door as far as having her group come in and present to the detachment, to the watches, to explain their effectiveness, how we can utilize them better. We haven't had an opportunity to connect with respect to that, but it's something that I want to renew this coming fiscal year, because I think mental health is definitely going to be on our priority for one of the priorities that we're going to be addressing. I was familiar that they were going through a transition period, or at least some human resource issues at the particular time. I was unaware that they had rechanged their name. So there's a little bit of self-learning that I have to do here today, as far as maybe reconnect with Amy and say, is there anything that we can do? We did promote it at the local level, and provided their literature to the watch commanders and encouraged them to utilize it, because we can all agree that there's not always a reason for police officers to be involved in this, and it might be more suitable for some of the calls that we're receiving to refer them over to PACT. I can go back to my watch commanders and see how effective that has been used in the past. And then again, plug the use of it, bring Amy to come in, get familiar with, and establish that working relationship again.
Yeah, thanks for that. I think there's a real opportunity here to have the right people responding to the right issue. So I appreciate your commitment to that. I guess, Mayor, if I can, just the last piece in terms of formalizing our community priorities at a future meeting. I think what could be also helpful, I don't think we've considered this before, and I know for myself it would be helpful, is to understand the town of Comox's community priorities. Given that it's a shared detachment, I know that the city of Courtenay and this council will establish our own, but I think it could be helpful to understand what our colleagues and community members on the other side of the water are considering as their priorities in that discussion. So if that's possible to see last year's town of Comox priorities, and if they've already established theirs for this upcoming fiscal, that'd be helpful as well for that discussion.
I can certainly share their last year's with you, and I can bring that to Jeff to share with council. But as far as this year's, actually, I think they're meeting tonight to formalize theirs into correspondence as well. So I did the same pitch to them as far as explained the town hall and a bit of a recap. And my understanding is that by the end of this week, we probably should receive something for them, and hopefully maybe we'll be in a position to share that as well.
Excellent. Thanks so much. And Mr. Garbett had a comment as well.
Yeah, thank you. Through the mayor to council, Inspector Mercer and I and his senior staff, we talk on a regular basis. 2 items are underway, so we will have on our next, just to reiterate the inspector's comments on the April 23rd agenda, the topic of the community priorities. We'll have some support materials and the history. Second, we had been talking informally about hosting a RCMP 101 or elected officials forum that won't be happening at the regional district table. Their elected officials forum roster is full for this year. The timing of this would be just to invite elected officials inside the region, both local government and First Nations, to understand the role, the units, the happenings that are going on in this community as it relates to the RCMP. That we expect that to happen either before the break for school, summer break, and or early in the fall. It does take some getting together and aligning schedules, but the similar type of concept that the regional district has been using. There are some elected officials that attended an event in Nanaimo that the RCMP hosted. It would be a different scale, but that was the intention, is to raise awareness about the delivery of RCMP service, and in a shared detachment, in a shared policing environment. It's just a great opportunity, and I really wanted to thank our colleagues with the RCMP wanting to do that. So details are not have not been determined. Timing has not yet been determined. It will take some organizing. So potentially it might be in the fall. I would say realistically to roll it out and have it as a good event and have sufficient time for people to be aware and plan to attend. But just that's a moving item for council's information.
Excellent. Yeah, thanks for that clarity. And we've been working on that sort of Comox Valley wide event for quite some time. And so really looking forward to that as a space to share information and for elected officials to really be able to ask questions and in that group setting. So looking forward to that. And then back to the rebranding of PACT and stuff like that. They have new literature and stuff. I actually have a bunch in my vehicle, but so you could probably fairly easily get the new stuff. So that'd be the only recommendation that I have that would be helpful if you're going back to the watch commanders, et cetera. So, and with that, I don't see any further questions. So did you have some more?
Just one to address a side conversation that we had regarding the canine unit or the municipal dog.
Yes.
And I actually invited Staff Sergeant Beauregard as well. He can speak to that knowledge because he draws on a lot more years and months before I've been at this post and understand some of the decision making. So I might turn it over to him. The concern I'll just raise around the room as far as like there is this understanding that at one point that our municipal dog position was no longer in effect, and that was an agreement with council. And now it's kind of a bit of a surprise as to why that municipal dog is back. So Troy will be able to provide some context to that decision making.
Awesome. Sounds good. Yeah. The position was getting converted or something, but I'm sure you have probably even more information than I do. So
yes, thank you. So as some of you may be aware, probably about 8 years ago, the position was so two dog handler positions in the detachment. One's provincially funded dog, the other one's municipal, shared 60-40 with Comox for funding. Now that position was vacated. The dog handler transfer also were promoted out. And at that time, there was a look to move it, but it was instead they decided, this is before my time, the position was frozen essentially. So that kind of sat, and the reason for that was it looked like there was going to be provincially a change in how the program with police dog services was going to be sort of organized provincially, and that didn't come to fruition. So the position still remained frozen. So after a number of years, Inspector Curvis and I looked to then convert that position to general duty position. Still having the provincial dog, so there was a municipal dog, and so there was never staff. So we looked at the possibilities of having that position converted to a regular member general duty constable, and sort of had the support here, had the support from our district perspective, and then once we kind of went up to E-Division headquarters, they were really reluctant to do that. They didn't want to convert it. But the reason, again, of some more changes afoot in that dog world. So difficult to renew that position if we got rid of it. So the decision was made then not to convert it. Obviously, wasn't supported from higher levels. So then we said we will just staff the position as it was originally intended and created for municipal dog and handler. So that's what we decided to do, and that position was filled here a few months ago with Constable Johnson and Magic.
Excellent. Thanks for putting some information on that process. And Councillor Zuluker.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor, and thanks for Inspector for making sure we got some answers on this. So just to be clear, then we have 2 canine locally, 1 provincial and 1 locally funded.
Yeah, so the provincial dog handler, his area, currently because the West Coast dog is down right now. So currently his duty area, Powell River, the West Coast, up to Port Hardy and to Horn Lake, right? So supports all the provincial detachments in that service area, whereas the municipal dog, his duties lie here in the valley.
Yeah, and I think one of the questions that came up after we received the news from the inspector last time was just some concerns from some residents around issues related to safety in the dog. I think being close to Campbell River and the incident that happened in Campbell River a few years ago with a canine unit. And so I think I was just kind of curious to know, and I appreciate that there's been a lot of thinking out at E-Division around the ways in which the public is made informed around, for example, how to be in public spaces with the dog if that is something that happens. And I remember last time, Inspector, you came and you spoke about the usefulness of the dog for search and rescue, for example. That's a big need with the backcountry activities we have in the Comox Valley. So I'm wondering if you can kind of speak to the ways in which the public might expect to interact safely with a canine unit locally.
So the team, as we call them, so the handler and the dog itself, very highly trained, right? They have certain criteria that they have to adhere to before they are certified to go into the field. So we rely on that. From a day-to-day perspective, the general public has nothing to worry about from the dog and handler. Criminal apprehension is one of the things they do. You might see the dog handlers out and they look different, right? They're wearing a green uniform, sort of blend in with the bush. Usually dog handlers are required to go to higher risk events. So that uniform is a little bit different to assist with that. And the dogs are on lead unless a situation calls for it. So really there's nothing. The only thing you might see is the remote training, and usually they'll make aware, they'll let residents or people know that they're going to be training in an area, they're going to be in an area, they are doing a high risk track, they'll announce presence or things like that, nature. They're very good at communicating. It's part of their training to let people know they're in the area, what they're doing, stay away. And but as general, if people are concerned, I mean, sometimes they'll walk by the truck and the dog will bark, and that's just what they do, right? But I would say there's very, very low risk, nothing to fear for the dog. If anything, they should be happy it's in the community because it's much safer for everybody. And then those tracks for somebody might be missing, they're invaluable.
Excellent. Thanks for the update on that, and again, your work on the community outreach and then the elected officials agenda moving forward, and hopefully that'll happen when it's good and ready. And I know I'm quite excited about it, and I'm sure there's a lot of elected folks that would really like to have that opportunity to get sort of that, again, that RCMP 101, but also in a collaborative environment to be able to have those discussions. So thanks very much.
Thank you.
All right. Have a great night. You don't have to stay for the rest of the meeting if you don't want. And we'll move on to our next item, which is BC Transit Priorities Update. And I will pass it over to Mr. Shaw.
Thank you. Through the mayor to members of council. So staff are pleased to present a report with respect to BC Transit and transit priorities, an update report. It's been a while since we've been presenting to council with respect to transit and transit amenities. The Frequent Transit Network Plan was completed in late 2021. And I believe the last time we were in front of council with respect to those priorities was in January of 2022. So since then, our counterparts at the CVRD, as well as BC Transit, have been working through activating some of those short-term goals, seeking provincial grant funding to do amenity contributions and exchange enhancements within the city of Courtenay. And that's a culmination of this work. And so with that, I'll introduce Seth Wright, who's the Senior Manager of Governmental Relations with BC Transit. We also have with us here today Michael Zawarski, who's the Manager of Facilities and Transit Services with the CVRD. I'll make a special note or a nod to Mr. Dan Casey,
with urban systems. He's here to present on the next report, but does offer a great deal of background in terms of where we've come with respect to the frequent transit network, having worked with the CBRD and BC Transit in the background for the development of that. So if there's any historical context or questions that may be needed to be revisited as part of this this information, he's here to provide some expertise and some advice on that as well. So with that, I'll pass it over.
Thanks, Director Shaw. Thanks so much, Mayor Wells and Council, for the opportunity to speak to you. I haven't in my role had the opportunity to speak to Courtenay Council, but I've spoken a few times to CBRD board, so I recognize some of your directors and appreciate the opportunity to speak to Council today. This is a milestone that I'm quite excited about. We've done a lot of work over the last couple of years. It took about a year and a half while we were waiting for grant approval and the ISIP grant, which is about a $10 million grant that we received to proceed with the project. It applies 40% federal funding, 40% provincial funding, and 20% local funding through the CBRD to the benefit of this project. So now we have a project that we're working on doing detailed design with a engineer and design consultant, and we're making good progress on that front. But thought it was a good time to check in with Council and provide an update on where we are, some changes that we've made through coordination with your staff, and update you on what we'd like to do to progress the project through to construction. My presentation today will cover a little bit about where we were at back in 2020 and 2021, and where we've progressed to through conversation with staff in terms of actually exchange design. I previously had a bus stop activity map. I apologize. I did remove that from the presentation and left it in the outline, but we have some slides showing the revised exchange layout at 30% design, which is where we're at right now, and we're eager to progress beyond that. Keen to hear if there's any feedback on any concerns that are there, but we've worked closely with staff and are fairly confident at where we're at. We do have some exchange amenities that we're really excited about, really enhancing the pedestrian environment and providing better value for people waiting for transit and using transit across the community. And then I'll speak a little bit to project timeline and public engagement. First off, the Comox Valley Transit System. I hope you've all had the opportunity or take the opportunity to use it on a regular basis. Certainly it is an affordable way to get around and provides both social equity and a transportation choice that addresses some of the key strategic priorities of our time, I would say, in terms of climate change and environmental stewardship. We have a lot of routes that provide a good balance of ridership and coverage to some of the rural areas. Notably in the Comox Valley, the Route 1, which is our key corridor connector running from the Comox Exchange at the Comox Mall through down Lerwick to North Island College, down Ryan Road towards downtown Courtenay's current exchange at 4th and Cliff, and down Fitzgerald across town or south to Driftwood Mall and Anfield Center. Is our #1 route and carries the vast majority of ridership in our transit system. It's a bit of a balancing act between continuing to invest in that route and providing it with the opportunity to grow its ridership to maximize potential. That's certainly where you guys and the town of Comox are both putting the bulk majority of your density within a good walking distance to that route. So that route can absorb as much ridership as we can throw service hours at it, and that's a great synergy. And then we need to balance that with providing service to other areas. And so we're working with the CBRD at identifying that and working towards continuing to invest in the transit system and service hours and meeting that growing ridership with more service. I'd like to back away before we dive into talking about what an exchange is, and it's helpful to think about what a transit exchange service provides. Obviously, it's a place where you wait, as a place to wait, and we live on the West Coast. We want to have weather protection from the rain and the wind. We want it to have seating for a place to be comfortable for all ages and abilities. It's a place for transit route and timetable information. So we have an opportunity to put up some maps and things like that. So people that might be visitors to the community would have an opportunity to understand how they could get around. We'd want to have lighting and bike parking, and ideally, we're also in a place where we're integrated within the urban core of the community and then the commercial core. And you can think Transit Exchange can be a place to park buses, but ideally, it's a place that's comfortable to wait, and a safe place that you wouldn't mind having your 6-year-olds wait with their sibling, or your grandma wait at the bus stop. So these are the things that we think about when we think about a transit exchange, and these are things that we've been thinking about as we move forward the detailed design of this project. As it's been identified, this project comes out of a 2014 Transit Future Plan, which lays out a 25-year vision for transit expansion in the Comox Valley. It's a very ambitious plan, and it's something that we're excited about and working closely with CVRD staff and implementing through regularly reviewing what expansion service priorities there are. Subsequently, the 2022 Transit Future Action Plan set out a number of infrastructure priorities as well as service priorities. The infrastructure priorities that were identified that are relevant to this $10 million project, and sort of were they identified in that plan as the short-term priorities, are the Courtenay Exchange at Enfield Center, the downtown Courtenay Exchange, which is a relocation of the 4th and Cliff Exchange to 8th and England. The Oyster River Exchange, which is just north of Oyster River on Glenford Road, or it's not the road, at the Discovery Foods. The downtown Comox Exchange on Port Augusta beside the Comox Mall, and the North Island College Exchange, as well as 2 Q-jump lanes, which I'll talk about in a few slides. Back in 2020 and 2021, we had Dan Casey, who's here on the agenda following this presentation, working with urban systems, and we presented as part of that project, looking at how we implement this infrastructure to really support and accelerate the delivery of service and the ability to provide good infrastructure to support the transit system's future expansion. We identified that we wanted good exchanges in downtown Courtenay and down at Enfield Center, as well as the other 3 locations. The original designs were slightly different, as you might note from the current proposed designs. This original design, which was brought to council back in 2020 and 2021, I believe, has the 2 bays on each side of England Avenue. It's not a north-south orientation for the image, but on either side of England Avenue are 2 exchanges. And you'll also perhaps see that there's a single bay on each side of 8th Avenue for the frequent transit route so that's the route 1. So the route 1 doesn't actually have to stop in the exchange. It's mid-route. It continues on and is able to maintain sort of in a speedy way. The South Courtenay Exchange was identified here with 4 bays between the Enfield Road and the access to the Enfield Center sort of parking entrance there. This location ultimately, through conversation with staff, was identified that there was conflict with the property line placement, and that there was more space available for the right-of-way further north of this location. And so our revised design has moved the exchange, but it's still in close proximity to this location and to Enfield Center to provide value and access to services there. I've included the council direction back in 2022. I will not hazard to read this slide, but you provided strong direction and strong support for the locations and the project at that time, and that certainly laid the foundation for the work we're doing now in the presentation we have in front of you. The revised transit exchange layout for downtown Courtenay is here, and we've relocated 2 of the bays from the bottom side, I'll say, of England Avenue to the courthouse side. And so we have 4 bays in front of the courthouse effectively identified here, and we have a bay on either side of 8th Avenue. I think this will provide great value. Certainly one of the benefits to moving all 4 bays to this side is that we can move in a clockwise direction and avoid awkward left turns in the buses. So the buses can operate in a very smooth and optimal way and not have to risk sort of reliability issues of traffic congestion. We did do some revised routine analysis to confirm that there were no issues, and we also looked at adding a couple, maintaining some service to the Fourth and Cliff area of town to ensure that we could continue to provide service. So if there's folks that live down there or down on Anderton Road by the river, that there was opportunity to catch a bus and they weren't left with the long walk to get to transit. The South Courtenay exchange, we moved to the north side of the access and closer to 31st Street, which is a connection to your active transportation corridor. We're maintaining the multi-use pathway. We're adding in bus shelters and a dedicated operator washroom with 2 stalls for operators to be able to come in and get back out on the bus and be able to maintain service. For that, we're excited about this opportunity, and it provides good access to folks that are both using the mall and the need for buses to park for a few minutes here and there throughout their day to maintain on-time schedule. In addition to the 5 exchanges included in the project, we have 2 transit priority measures, which are also called queue jump lanes, and one is at the corner of the Old Island Highway and Comox Road, or the Old Island Highway, 5th Avenue and the Comox Road. And the other one's at the Old Island Highway and Ryan Road. And there's good opportunity in both these locations to make some slight infrastructure improvements. I believe our project manager is just working on cost sharing with the city, some work for cabinet upgrades to enable some of those transit priority measures with the signalization of the Ryan Road and Old Island Highway intersection. And I'll just say that those transit priority movements will obviously improve the overall speed, especially of the Route 1, which is our key route that we want to keep on time and really get people across town in a competitive way that gets them as close to as fast as you can in a car as possible. We have a picture of an Abbotsford exchange, and it's provided for illustration. It's a brand new exchange that we put in there. And it gives you a sense of sort of the passenger amenities and the balance of the bike parking and the garbage receptacle for an overall look and feel that's comfortable, that's modern, that's safe, that's wide and accessible for all folks, and regardless of mobility devices and other considerations. There's a timeline here. We can see that we've been working at this for a handful of years, and we're sort of 2/3 through that timeline, and we're enthusiastic about doing some public engagement later in the coming months. Pretty soon, if we get your support today, we hope to go out with public engagement to the downtown BIA, as well as to landowners in close proximity of the 2 exchanges and all the other exchanges in sequence. We have established a BC Transit Project website to support people that might have questions, and we also have project staff to be able to support conversations and questions, and we'll be happy to support webinars if we hear from the public and hear a desire for more information. The next steps on the project include the public engagement and stakeholder engagement with the downtown BIA, which is one of our key considerations and next steps. We're also going to be working with our design consultants to finalize that detailed design. We're further ahead on some of the other exchanges, but have been working with the city and really trying to get it right and ensuring that we're on the same path with the 2 Courtenay exchanges. And this was a key milestone today to come to council. And so we're excited about getting support to move forward with that public engagement and see if there was any other pieces with the Courtenay exchanges that we might be considering. We will be working towards scheduling construction, and we're just starting to talk about scheduling construction on the North Island College Exchange and the downtown Comox Exchange right now. We'll be continuing engagement during construction for folks that have been traveling through Comox. I'm sure there's some pain of the sewage project, and so we want to do a good job of making sure people understand what's going on, when it's going to be going on, and how they can plan their travel to avoid those impacts. at the end of the project, we'll be excited to invite you all to a ribbon cutting and celebrate the work we've done over the last 5 or 6 years together. Happy to answer any questions. Thanks so much for your time.
Excellent. Thanks so much for the update today, and obviously the years and years and years of work that's gone into get us to this point. It's much appreciated, and I'll pass it over to Councillor Frisch.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Thanks for the presentation. I'm very excited about this. Couple quick questions. For timeline, you have spring of 2025 for construction. Are you breaking ground in this spring, or is it going to be a little bit later? Sorry.
Not for either of the Courtenay exchanges at this point. We were hoping to break ground on the North Island College Exchange towards spring or summer. It's looking more like summer. These projects always take longer than you hope, and we always are ambitious. But at this point, we're looking like breaking ground at North Island College, and hopefully Comox Exchange this year, and looking at breaking ground for the 2 Courtenay exchanges in 2026, aiming to have them both complete in 2026. And we do have a slightly more aggressive timeline and ability to actualize that timeline. So it's not going to slide beyond 2026.
That's great. Thanks. And I have a couple other generic questions about transit. Is that okay, Mayor?
Well, we
hold off.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see if the other questions might cover off that as well, but we'll certainly come back if we haven't covered that. That's all right, and we'll try to keep tonight at one question per councillor, unless there's no lights on. So I'm not looking at anybody in particular, but Councillor McCollum, I'll pass it over to you next.
Thank you. Yeah, thanks for coming tonight and providing the update on this project. It's great to hear that the grant application was successful and this is moving along more or less as expected. I don't remember what the original timelines are, but it doesn't seem that far off. I had a couple of questions just on the design of the 2 exchanges in Courtenay and some of the pedestrian elements. It seems to me like that we would really want to have the design around these 2 exchanges being very pedestrian oriented, given, what we're serving, and we're doing some sidewalk improvements as well, which is great. But I noticed on the revised exchange layout that the crosswalk that crosses 8th Street is to the east of where the bays are, and it would seem to me that if anyone's going from one side of the exchange to the other, they would have to cross 3 times. And I don't know if this is even a question for you or for our staff, but it seems to me if we're doing a design with pedestrians in mind, that they should have access to crossing the road on both sides of each of the corners. So I think it would be really useful to see that added, and maybe there's a reason why it's not there, but I'm curious to know why it's only a 3-sided crossing.
Did you want to take that, Director Shaw?
Mr. Shaw.
Thank you. Through the mayor to Councillor McCollum. It's a great question. The infrastructure, so the particular exchange in the downtown core doesn't contemplate crossing improvements relative to what currently exists within the transportation infrastructure on 8th and the aerial that's there with the flasher would have to be moved essentially to facilitate that movement, to create the synergies that you spoke about, and crossing on what would be, I guess, the west side of that particular road cross network. So certainly something to consider. We're at 30% design. It would be a significant cost increase to the project, and likely one that would be borne by the city if the city were to elect to suggest that would be a requirement. So although it is an increase in distance, it is one that currently exists. I will offer as well from a routing perspective, the routing for this, and hopefully I'm not speaking too much out of turn with respect to what BC Transit has presented, but they're looking for right movements primarily within the buses. So they're looking for fluidity of movement on there. And that again would push the pedestrian crossing across 8th into a more visible location for safe passage.
Yeah, I mean, I've with or without the right-handed turning for the buses, I do see that would be a conflict, but realistically, the folks that are using our transit, a lot of them are elderly or have disabilities, and to expect people to cross 3 ways to access one bus connection, it's inevitably going to lead to people crossing on the wrong side of the street. And England has been highlighted in some of our engagement way back when we were doing the OCP as a potential like pedestrian corridor, and for it to be pedestrian oriented, it needs crosswalks on both sides of the street. So that's my 2 cents on that, I think. And it would make sense to do that improvement while we're doing construction in the area. So it seems more like an opportunity for an improvement there than anything. And then I have another question about another crossing, but I will wait. And get back
Thank you,
in the
Councillor
queue.
McCall. All right, Councillor Jolicoeur.
I have lots of questions on this, so, and thanks for the presentation. First time I'm seeing this, I will say, as I said, I have a lot of questions. Staff were helpful earlier this week in answering some of them. But it was really helpful to see visually 3 reports that were not attached to this agenda that inform this conversation that I think is really important for the public to be made aware of. So hopefully people got that in the presentation. I haven't read those reports or the study from Urban Matters, which I think is really important as a decision maker to understand. So I'm hoping BC Transit, my first question is why, what the rationale is for the change of exchange for downtown. You highlighted it on one of your slides, as well as South Courtenay. So if you can speak to transit studies, why that location was selected. There's a little bit of that in the staff report, just in follow-up to Director Shaw's comments around the direction. There's a little bit of that, but not necessarily why England and why we needed to move away from the existing location. So I think a little bit of rationale could be helpful for my first question. Thanks.
Yeah, certainly. And through the mayor, I'll say that that Urban Systems did that work. And since Dan Casey's here, I might invite him up to speak on it. But I would say I have had the opportunity, obviously, to read that historic report. It was attached to a city council agenda back then. I recognize that's not adequate for your understanding now. But ultimately, Urban Systems looked at several locations and worked closely with city staff at the time to look at several locations, recognizing that ultimately the Forth and Cliff exchange was inadequate to allow for the amount of transit system growth and long-term labor capacity that be required for continued growth of the transit system. So when we look out 20 years, we want to ensure that the transit facilities has the space for all the buses that need to use that space. And so we worked closely with staff, and ultimately that 8th and England location is reflected in your municipal plans. And so your downtown plan includes reference to that as a transit exchange location and a key hub. It provides great connectivity to the downtown core. And it also provides, I think, enhanced overall facilities with great access to grocery shopping and conveniences that are unique there, as well as sort of expediting the Route 1, which was a really strong priority for that work that was done back in 2020, 2021. And I'm not sure if Dan wants to add anything.
Yeah, thank you, Seth, and thank you, Mayor and Council. A little bit to add. I think the nature of the work that was done back in 2020, 2021 really was sort of a exercise in finding an optimal location. And so I do trust that the sort of the advancement of the design and the flipping of the bays to the far side of the road, that work wasn't contemplated in a terribly great amount of detail back in 2020. Really, the exercise at that point was testing out optimal locations. And so that from that exercise, that's where the shift from the current location back on 4th sort of was contemplated to move to where we're talking about today. Considerations at that time, we honestly, I'm going off memories, we're 5 years back on that exercise, but we dropped dots all over the map around downtown to figure to kind of cast the net wide and then start to bring it back to some locations that might make the most sense. So consideration given to things like proximity to some of the key destinations in downtown, so walking to and from the bus and how proximate locations might be. transit circulation, in particular, the number one. The number one was an idea or a plan at that point 5 years ago. It's since been executed, which is awesome. But knowing that, particularly with the number one, but some of the local routes as well, operating time is extremely important. And so the idea that by sort of cutting off essentially that circulation back, forth, and back Anderton and all that, that we could actually cut the travel time and optimize that service. That was a big part of this. Circulation in and around the exchange was part of it. The availability of space, quite honestly, within rights of way and any impacts on parking, that was part of the considerations as well. So I guess that's the backstory on kind of where we landed on the location that we did. We did cast the net quite broad and then eventually brought it down to what's been targeted. Excellent. Thanks very much. And I assume that that's for the next question. So we'll move on back to Councillor Frisch.
Yeah, thanks. My next question is more about just the background on the transit system. And a lot of people ask me about transit, where is it going? And so I'm trying to remember what our number of hours were back in like the 2000s. Do you know roughly? And you can make it up if it's like 2 buses running around every few hours. That's my recollection. But what was transit like back then, and where are we now with our service hours?
Yeah, I'll have to jog my memory a bit, but I can say that over the last several years, there's been a number of fairly significant expansions and improvements in the transit service. So adding service hours, increasing frequency, increasing the span of day, from early in the morning to late in the evening, expanding into the weekends. And so the number of service hours has obviously grown quite a bit over the years. And as Seth mentioned, we're some of the rationale for this infrastructure that we're proposing right now is to be able to accommodate continued growth. So as we add more buses into the service, we have places for them on transit exchanges to continue to grow. So the service hours has gone up, the improvements have been ongoing, and we've seen ridership increases. They're very impressive over the last several years.
Yeah, you don't have any rough numbers off the top of your head though, like how many millions of dollars are we at spending on the Comox Valley level, and where are we headed with that?
Off the top of my head, I think we're in the kind of $4 to $5 million CVRD contribution range, and then BC Transit provides another about that much on top of that every year, and it's probably doubled over the last 10 years or so. Obviously, things aren't getting cheaper, so our costs to provide the existing level of service go up every year, and then we have been at the board level approving expansions, so additional budget going into service improvements every year.
Yeah, and the futures plan does speak to increasing that investment year over year, right? I would assume to get more hours.
The Transit Future Action Plan identifies that kind of short and medium term service priorities, and every year our board gets to go through a process where they consider which of those priorities to support, how many hours, how much budget increase to support that. And historically the board's been approving, I would say about a $200,000 to $300,000 increase every year on top of, like, for expansions, on top of whatever increases are coming for existing levels of service.
Awesome.
So it's a few $100,000 a year.
Thanks. I just wanted to go over that, make sure I'm not telling people the wrong thing, but that's about the story I'm telling. So thanks for that.
Yeah.
Thanks, Councillor Frisch. And maybe as a bit of a subsequent to Councillor Frisch's question and comment, there is, a lot of this does happen at the board level. And so the city, which the brunt of the stuff being done happens in, maybe having more frequent updates might be something that'd be useful, just so that we have that information on a more regular basis. But it's just how the system works. But I really appreciate that, Councillor Frisch. Councillor McCollum.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks again, Mayor. My other question is around the South Courtenay Exchange design. I was happy to see that there's a crossing being added at 31st Street. I think that makes a lot of sense, and that's a bit of a gap, I think, in how it connects to our Riverside Trail. I've seen people darting across cliff there. So I'm glad to see that that's part of the design. I have a question around just how we're going to implement that, given that it does require coordination with whatever Modi's called now, I can't remember, MOTT maybe. And I know when we put in the crossing at Ryan Road, at NIC in Ryan Road, it was a pretty long process, a number of years. And so I guess I'm curious if there's been any engagement with them and whether or not we expect that to be a hindrance, or if it may happen at a different timeline than the rest of the development, just given what the previous experience was in trying to get a crossing put in. And then my second part of that is that crossing is really great the way it works, because there is a button for bikes on one side and pedestrians on the other. So if we could replicate that type of crossing at this spot, I think that would make a lot of sense.
And Mr. Shaw has a comment, so maybe let him interject.
Through the mayor to Councilor McCollum, I'll address this one. So great news, that particular section of the corridor is owned by the city, so it falls within the city's jurisdiction. So there's no external coordination with the Ministry of Transportation and Transit, as MOT, as they're politely called now. So we have the ability to make that judgment call and work with BC Transit and CBRD to facilitate that type of crossing. I'll offer that we are at 30% design, and so this feedback is welcome. I'm sure pens are on paper, and so we're taking this feedback with respect to what you're seeing today and to what hopefully will come to 60, 90, and ultimately 100% completion of these aspects, and that's inclusive of these crossings. And I only offer that as we've had many conversations at a staff level about a crossing at that particular location, and noting that the active transportation corridor that's adjacent is obviously a feed to this particular South Courtenay Exchange. And so I've seen several iterations. This is one of them. It may not exactly be the final, but as you've articulated, push button activated crossing at this particular location would be quite advantageous to facilitate that safe movement across what is a fairly wide road. And I think that has to be noted as well. The inheritance of that particular road is a ministry corridor to the city now. Was inherited in that ministry format. And so facilitating, transitioning that into the city, and then working with our partners at the CBRD and BC Transit to facilitate the installation of an asset in this location to ensure that it meets the needs of the city as well as today and into the future is important as part of the design process.
Yeah, thanks for that. That's good to know that we have control over that as well.
Excellent. And yeah, it just goes to the complexity of who owns what and where. So that's great. Did that answer? I think that answered the question quite well there. So we'll move on to Councillor Gillicoeur.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Yeah, and I think, it could be really easy for us just to move on from this topic, because I think we're probably really excited about this, but it is a quite significant ask in terms of public land that's being requested for the two interchanges. And so I'd like to just focus my questioning on that. And, we have quite a significant amount of planning either that has been completed or is underway for downtown. And so I do get curious around ways in which we've just actually passed, and we're all really excited about our strategic cultural plan that speaks really clearly to placemaking, particularly in our downtown core. In some of the images, it's quite plain, the images of the facilities themselves. And so given that, again, we're looking, I think, at 9 parking stalls on England, and then some of the right of way, quite a lot of public land, quite a lot of impact on the community for this. What is the ability for BC Transit to work with the city of Courtenay and our partners in the art cultural community and our Indigenous partners around things like indigenizing spaces for the potential facility improvements for that?
Yeah, thanks for the question. It's an excellent question. I'm personally passionate about the opportunity to indigenize spaces and find opportunities for reconciliation through the infrastructure and capital projects we do. I have had conversations with Ms. Gothard about opportunities for integration with cultural landmarks in our exchange projects. Through those conversations, however, we've been a little bit constrained by the amount of space we have at 8th and England to work with the right of way. We're looking to optimize the sidewalk width to really enhance the pedestrian environment and the accessibility and overall experience. And there's fairly minimal additional space for installing any sort of landmarks or pieces like that. We have had conversations also with CBRD staff about about enhancing the sort of placemaking and advertising capacity that's not sort of corporate advertising as much as local advertising of transit and providing placemaking infrastructure. So that there's opportunities there. We've had some conversation. We'd be keen to look at opportunities and continue conversations with staff at how those pieces could be integrated within the sort of constrained spatial opportunities we have at the two locations. I think the South Courtenay Exchange has a little bit more space allocated to it. But the downtown Courtenay obviously we'll see far more people travel through it.
So thanks for that. And Councillor Cole Hamilton.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor, and thanks for all this. It's interesting plans to be looking at it. I wanted to ask a bit about bicycle facilities on the south of Courtenay one. There's a blue box and it has something saying bicycle parking. I was curious, is that covered bike parking or is it secured in any way? And I guess in tandem with that, in the revised plan for the central Courtenay one, the downtown one, there doesn't seem to be any provisions for bike parking. I was wondering if you just comment on those.
Yeah, this ties into the previous question, which is there's a bit of limited space. There are opportunities to put sort of single racks that could have a bike on each side on the edge of the parking lot at the 8th and England location. So I think because we're at the 30% design, that hasn't been fully included. But as we've progressed to 60% design with other exchanges, we've started to include bike parking. So that's certainly a piece. At the South Courtenay Exchange, where there's more space, there is more opportunity. And certainly in the original grant application, we talked a lot about multimodal integration and opportunity for integration with active transit and cycling. And so with that secure cycling location, we've done some research on different opportunities for locked and secured. And it's our experience at BC Transit in Victoria where we do have different locked storage lockers, that they're often underutilized and under administered, and that the administrative burden is fairly significant. So we've had conversation with city staff about perhaps just having covered parking and finding suitable opportunities like that, which might provide the opportunity for a dry seat, but not necessarily the same administrative costs.
Thank you, Mayor. I had a couple of other small questions. We'd like to begin ping pong back between Councillor Jolicoeur and I.
But Councillor McCollum is next.
Sorry. Okay.
So
sorry.
If you want to,
No. I'll cede the floor and I'll come back in a minute.
fair enough. Thanks for that. Councillor McCollum. How'd yours end up first? Sorry about that, Councillor
That's
McCollum.
fine. Yeah. Oh, I was gonna agree to a different order, but you turn my mic on, so I'll take it. Thanks. Yeah, I just had my final question is about the transit priority lanes, or it's called measures on the slide, but essentially providing that queue jumping lane for buses at 2 intersections close to downtown, which I think will be a great addition. Even coming here today, I saw traffic backed up and a transit bus trying to get into a lineup of stacked vehicles. So I think it'll just make a lot of sense for both transit drivers and also other drivers as to what to expect. But what I was wondering, because both of them, I mean, the photographs in the slides are a little out of date, because I think both those intersections have changed a bit since this was put together. But there is a bike lane there, which I would assume the bike and the bus would then share that queue jumping lane. But how would that work when a bus approaches if there are a few bikes already stacked up at the intersection? Like, just logistically, I'm wondering how that would work.
There's a number of people that can answer this question. I might turn to Dan.
Yeah. So a little bit of background on that. The imagery that's out of date, it's from the study from 5 years ago, the one with the red arrows on it. I think the location you're most concerned about is at Comox, where off the 5th Street Bridge, Comox at Old Island Highway. There's a lot more we'll call it excess lane width on Ryan Road on the approach to Old Island Highway, where I think some reallocation, restriping essentially of that space. There is space for bike, bus, travel left turn. But your point is a good one at coming off the 5th Street Bridge and sort of working toward that Comox Road intersection. Some level of trade-off is probably needed there, and it's a matter of what the priority is. The curb to curb width there is not wide enough for exactly the reason you've mentioned. I think that location was identified because that right turn lane, as you come off the bridge, it widens out to 2 lanes, and that lane then almost immediately drops onto Comox Road. And the feeling was that the volume of right turners there really doesn't need or justify a dedicated right turn. So it was viewed as a way to essentially steal some space back and get those buses out in front of the queue. Through design, we'd have to be really careful on how a bike is stored and queued. And then, as you mentioned, a bus approaches from behind. But there should be the opportunity for the bus to clear and the bikes to proceed through the intersection alongside general purpose traffic. And there should be enough space there that as long as bikes are facilitated in their own area to queue and not expected to share the queuing area with the bus, for both user groups to have enough space there. So there should be a way to design the space to do both.
Yeah, and I mean, I guess it's a limited number of drivers that'll be in that space, given that it's just reserved for buses. So, you know, if there's some specific training around that or for bike safety, it seems like it's an achievable ask. I didn't realize actually that the other intersection had room for all 3. I thought would be 2 shared spaces. So that's also useful to know that there is room for all 3 lanes essentially.
I think what's kind of neat here, if I could too, is both of these locations is repurposing of road space that's arguably wider and bigger and sort of excessive over what our current needs are. So it's a bit of right sizing some of the infrastructure that's already in place. It's relatively inexpensive compared to building this stuff from scratch.
Yeah, it's a good problem to have in terms of road width. Thanks.
All right, and we'll start the ping pong between Councillor Jolicoeur and Councillor Cole Hamilton.
Yeah, that's great, because I'm actually following up on Councillor Cole Hamilton's question because it was one of my questions that I had. In the staff report, it speaks to a request that the staff brought forward around bike storage for our downtown exchange. And it says that that request was denied. Now, $10 million from the feds, a lot of money. I don't know how much a bike storage costs, but again, quite significant amount of public land is being requested for that exchange. And so I would like just to understand if that's a final decision, and if yes, why? It's quite concerning that a bike storage, you know, it's one of our key pieces in our downtown vitalization plan. This council is really prioritizing active transportation, and so I would like to see some sort of bike facility there. I appreciate that you've spoken to some of the operational constraints that you've seen in other municipalities, but I'd like to hear a little bit more context around why that request was denied and if it's a final decision from BC Transit.
Fairly straightforward answer. It's not a final decision. There is opportunity to work with staff to examine all bike parking and secure storage opportunities and look at space allocations to see what's suitable and to look at administrative responsibility and where that might be placed. I would say in Victoria, we do it through partnership with a few different models. We have municipal coordination, so we work with municipalities to maintain some secure bike storage. We also have the Greater Victoria Cycling Coalition, which is one of probably the best cycling advocacy groups in North America, if I can say so. And they administer the bike storage at McTavish Exchange, which is down the street from the Victoria Airport. And that one tends to be really underutilized, and it's just sort of a hassle with maintaining locks. So that's what I talk about in administrative burden. So it needs to be a fairly proactive, well-resourced organization to be able to support those type of things. From our research, we've looked at more modern technology, so like using a day card, and that would have more than monthly turnover for those secure bike locker facilities. And there's perhaps tentative interest from some like e-bike users and things for this sort of bike storage. So that's an opportunity. The capital costs are bigger, and we'd be looking at trying to fit that within our $10 million budget. I should clarify that the entire 10 million is not from the feds, but 4 million is from the feds, 4 million is from the province, and 2 million from the CVRD. But there is opportunity to look at bike storage, and we're happy to continue that conversation with your staff.
Excellent. Thanks for that. And no, we got more people playing ping pong, but Councillor Cole-Hamilton.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I would encourage, any opportunities to look for further bike storage would, I think, be highly beneficial. And if you're not providing sort of a secured, like enclosed storage, certainly really working on lighting just for safety, and just also, I think that's a way of, just adding a little bit of extra security to bikes while they're parked. And I just two super quick points. One is just on the engagement, talks about mail out of a project letter. And certainly one of the things we've learned is when projects like this are happening, the more people understand about them in advance, the more supportive they are. And it just says within 50 meters. And that seems like an incredibly small radius. It'd be people like halfway down your block and you just stop. Is that standard practice, or is it possible to cast the net a little wider so that just more people in the immediate neighborhood would know what was going on?
I think it's certainly possible to cast. I'm gonna let Mike speak in a minute here, but it's certainly possible to cast the net wider. We always look to the local government partner to advise us on what the standard is for, based on rezonings and development permits, and what the standard is. We developed 2 communications materials for engagement with neighbors. One, it's the full color postcard that applies to all 5 exchanges across the Comox Valley, and a dedicated letter which specifies a little bit more in detail what's proposed in the exchange location. And Mike can speak to sort of the deliberations on exactly refining the 50 meter buffer for the specific exchanges we're talking about.
Yeah, so we did kind of talk with our planning department about what was an appropriate distance from these projects to reach out to. And so we've got the 50 meter and we've got a 100 meter buffer that we've applied to these exchanges. And then what we've done is we've kind of looked at the map of who that would reach, and we've massaged it larger to make sure that, what we thought at a staff level made sense. Whoever we thought made sense was going to receive these correspondence. So the letter would be going to those kind of most immediately impacted by the exchange. So the businesses and properties that are kind of right behind it. And then the 100 meters would be kind of a little bit further out. That would be a postcard, so more of a casual correspondence. But we're also open to their suggestions. If there's an interest in a slightly larger buffer, we can definitely accommodate that as well.
Okay, thanks. And I appreciate the fact that the postcard goes out, you said 100 meters, but 50 meters is like maybe the length of this room, so not an enormous distance. I guess I was going to ask it, but I guess it is one more question. If we're going to ask for the that additional crossing on 8th, the sort of on the west side of England that Councillor McCollum was talking about, do we need any specific direction from this meeting for that to be considered as one of the options for design?
And Mr. Garbutt's got a comment.
Yeah, through the mayor to Councillor Cole-Hamilton, I think that's the direction to us. This is, our staff have been participating in a dialogue related to this, and this isn't an initiative. It is a co-joined direction to support transit there, but our council has never kind of weighed in priority setting in terms of some of these topics. So if you would like the cities to ask for that component to be funded through the transit, we would get direction. And Mr. Shaw, who's been the one engaged with our partners at the CVRD and BC Transit, that would be very important.
So just to be absolutely clear, then a specific resolution following the other resolutions, that would be the appropriate way. Okay, great. Thanks very much.
All right, thanks, Councillor Cole-Hamilton and Councillor Jolicoeur.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I'm down to 2, and one is tagging on Councillor Cole-Hamilton's, which is probably my biggest concern about this report and the recommendation, which is around engagement. And I've shared this before on different topics. This feels like a pretty baked cake. My concern particularly is around the England downtown exchange and the impacts on residents, businesses. We have 2 grocery stores in what would probably be 100-meter from that location. And we have public facilities like the courthouse and quite active Island Health facility on England Ave as well. And so the fact that engagement is happening after council is being asked to approve the design enhancement feels like not the correct process. And so I'm not sure if this is to BC Transit or to staff, but what would be the impact for us to delay this decision until we actually hear from the public? We're asking a lot of our downtown businesses right now. We're considering something later on today that has an impact on downtown businesses. There's our downtown vitalization plan that's yet to come to council. And I think we need to be mindful of the impacts and the fact that we have no correspondence from any of the surrounding businesses or public entities, either for or against this proposal, is concerning for me. And given that they're the ones who are most impacted, I think I would prefer to see that engagement happen before council approves, particularly this location. So again, not sure if this is to BC Transit or to staff, or maybe it's a question better for CVRD, but what the impact would be for a delay in approval of this facility until we hear from the public on the impacts.
Yeah, exactly.
Sure, I'll speak to the implications of the delay, I guess. In terms of where we're at in the project, we've paused engagement to come to council today. We had our engagement stuff ready about a month ago, and we're keen to go in with engagement. But ultimately, we wanted to come to council to make sure that the small tweaks we made to the exchange locations and those things were not red flags for council, and that there was general alignment with the work that we've done with staff to date. Ultimately, we need to get our design consultants to advance these priorities. We'd like to be able to have the opportunity for any public engagement that comes in over the next couple of months to be incorporated into design conversations with staff. So if we hear in a month that it's really important that we have better pedestrian connectivity on that west side of England, then that's also something we could take in consideration and discuss further with staff as we're hearing today. So that's sort of what we envisioned of the process, but ultimately we're very keen to get construction underway in 2026. We have the design consultants working hard to complete the North Island College and downtown Comox exchange. And then our top priorities will be these 2 Courtenay exchanges, which will take some time to get to 95 and 100% design. So we do need all the time that we have in front of us to do both public engagement and to advance the detailed design. And pausing this will cause some challenging impacts to being able to actually construct this in 2026.
Yeah, thanks. Just as a follow-up, Mayor, how long did you have planned for the engagement?
We intended to, we already have the website set up and all the infrastructure set up to be able to roll it out. We just need to give staff the go ahead to hit print and then start distributing that engagement. And we will run the engagement continuously through to construction and probably provide a supplementary letter right before construction. That's in our engagement plan. So we do have a bit of an outline of how we want to do engagement, but ultimately the first phase is following council presentation today to start public engagement and then engage continuously, have conversations at people's leisure. But ultimately we were looking to schedule the BIA downtown conversation in the next month or so as soon as they're available.
All right, thanks so much for that. And Mr. Garbett had a comment as well.
Thanks. Just to help in some dialogue, language matters. So the requested recommendation is endorse. I'm hearing that council and from our delegation, or sorry, our presentation, they're looking for some feedback. So I've heard council raise issues related to the provision of public access, public art, consultation with businesses on traffic impacts. So the recommendation could be altered that in principle, the concept is good. We want to make sure that in the conversation with the community, because we've talked about engagement, these items are discussed, and then ultimately the approval, and Mr. Shaw could maybe correct me about how something in our road right away gets approved. We can answer that. This is, I spoke to this before, that the initiative is going forward. Our council has never weighed in on the important parts of it because we're now in a detailed design. We've talked about conceptual location over time. Now we have fairly well-designed concepts. There's feedback from council, but words like endorse, I'm hearing some input is coming from our council members that is important and want to hear back about from the business community and adjacent property owners related to these facilities, both north, south.
Excellent. Thanks for that. Yeah. Oh, give me 1 second. Right.
Yeah, and also we do have an open house on May 14th for the downtown vitalization action plan that will no doubt get some information. Now, I don't know that these specifics will be presented there. I believe that in the topic of engagement, perhaps there should be some information there as it relates to that. And maybe Ms. Wade could confirm her by nodding or not, but anyways, but important to get that feedback.
And yeah, Ms. Wade, did you have a comment as well?
Yeah, through the mayor to council, yes, we've been working with BC Transit, and Ms. Gothard has been actively engaging as we're preparing to come forward with the downtown vitalization local area plan. So BC Transit has been part of those discussions along with Mr. Shaw and his team. And we are going to be having some specific questions that will relate to how the transit interacts with the options that we're looking at with the downtown vitalization local area plan. So there will be some questions around that. They will get some dialogue back on.
Thanks for adding that to context to that communications plan. Really appreciate it. I do see that Councilor Moran has jumped in. I'm going to put her to the front of the queue since she hasn't spoken yet, and then we'll get back to her regularly scheduled dates.
Great, thank you, Mayor. Thanks for the presentation. Considering the comments that Councillor Jolicoeur made, and I do appreciate the idea of wanting to engage early with people. And of course, it's with every project we do, it's always that balance of how we do that. And I guess my comment is around, you've already responded that there will be some response to the engagement and the information that you receive, that things are not carved in stone necessarily, because what would be the point of doing the engagement if you weren't considering the information that that's coming in. So I guess the point around engaging early, I think, well, we can't provide a blank slate to people and say engage on it. So I think there has to be something for them to engage with. And I think it's that balance of, yeah, at what point do you do that? And I think that you've, met the bar, because there has to be people in the general public are not experts on this stuff. Like if we just start from scratch and say, oh, we want all your comments about it, transit exchange, then how is that going to work? So I just, yeah, I do understand the comments by Councillor Jolicoeur, but I also see that there is a balance between how we do engagement and when, and it's always a tricky one. So I'm satisfied that that we are going to be able to, and particularly if the motion or the recommendation is altered a bit, that we will be able to hopefully respond to the feedback that we get, and that things are not carved in stone at this point. Thanks.
Excellent. Thanks, Councillor Moran, and passing on to Councillor Frisch.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor, and I appreciate the point that Councillor Moran made. I would speak more to it if there was a motion on the floor, but yeah, I feel the same way. I wanted to ask about the $10 million. Was that for the whole exchange project, all the locations? Yeah, in my opinion, not a lot of money. Hopefully it's enough to do it though. And so I can see how, the different competing interests you know, you can't do everything with 10 million. And I actually kind of wanted to put in a plug more for, you know, pedestrian placemaking, ridership comfort, shelters, stuff like that, that supports people actually getting on a bus and being dry and comfortable as being the most important in my view. I have some experience with using bicycles in conjunction with transit. I spent 3 months in Japan, owned 2 bicycles, one at either end of the line. And it would be a great problem to have if we had so many bicycles downtown that we needed to store them. But I also see that it's something we could add in later on. Maybe we buy some property from the province. There seems to be a big chunk sitting there. So I just wanted to say that shelter for me is really, really important. I know people don't want to ride the bus if they have to stand out in the rain. So I imagine that would be an expensive part of the project. So I'll look forward to seeing what you guys design. Thanks.
Right, and I'm going to let Councillor Hillian speak next.
Thanks, Mayor. I want to support the recommendation along with the constructive suggestions made by a number of people, which I won't repeat, but this plan's been in the works for 5 years. I think that the fact that there's 2 grocery stores, a courthouse, various businesses, various health facilities, all in that area is an excellent reason why it's a good location for a transit exchange. And I support people who ride the system and who will be impacted by it having a voice, but not to the extent that we delay moving forward with this well thought out plan. Thanks.
Yeah, thanks very much, Councillor Hillian. Yeah, I mean, frankly, time is money, and the longer we wait, the less those $10 million are going to go to complete the project, which I think was Councillor Fisher might have been making a similar point. So, Councillor Jolicoeur.
Thanks, Mayor. Yeah, my last question, I'll just close the loop on that. I think that so long as it's not carved in stone, as Councillor Moran said, that we have actually the opportunity to consider the feedback that an engagement process would entail. I think that feels supportive. I spent most of my time talking about downtown. So my last question is actually about the South Courtenay. Again, a lot of public land. There's going to be a proposed change to the multimodal pathway there. And specifically, my question's about the washroom facility. I heard 2 stalls. And I think in speaking with staff, our most southern public washroom facility is at the Courtenay Air Park. My understanding, correct? Am I getting, yes. And so, you know, that end of town, and that's actually the end of town where I live. Lots of people walk there. We have a lot of high-rise apartment buildings in and around that neighborhood. And so I actually really excited about a new transit exchange. I think it'll be well utilized. And so given that there'll have to be piping run and electrical run and a building created for a washroom for the operators, is there any reason why we wouldn't be able to collaborate, whether it be shared costs or otherwise, on both private facilities for the operators, but also to include public washrooms?
Yeah, certainly I would offer perhaps a slightly skewed response and then invite city staff to supplement that. I would say that BC Transit has had lots of debate about the role of washrooms at exchanges in recent years and about how we spend our capital dollars towards washroom facilities. Ultimately, our policy right now is that that operator washrooms provide service to the core function of transit in enabling buses to run on time. Public washrooms are an amenity, obviously, to transit users that is hugely valuable and we appreciate. But ultimately, when we're trying to spread $10 million over 5 exchanges into Q-jump lanes, we need to make evaluations of what we can afford within that project budget. And ultimately, a public washroom was not included in the scope of the South Courtenay Exchange, and those two washroom stalls are required for the drivers.
Yeah, as a follow-up, Mayor, if I can, on the washroom piece. So I'm hearing you say capital constraints for the addition of potential public washrooms. So if the city were to collaborate, would we be able to, is there any operational reason from BC Transit's perspective why we wouldn't be able to have private BC Transit operator facilities in the same building on public land with public washrooms? Is there any operational reason why that wouldn't work?
I think there might be opportunity to co-locate, and we could work with city on exploring what that might look like. I'm not sure I would want to put all our eggs into one basket of sharing a dedicated building, because we've had specialized design consultants who specialize in designing industrial use washrooms already present us a few designs, and we've looked at a few designs and shared them with our operator committee. So we don't necessarily want to go back to the drawing board on that piece, but the utilities are, I understand, in close proximity to that washroom location, and there may be opportunity to co-locate a public washroom, and we'd be happy to work with city staff if that was deemed a priority.
Can I just hear from staff on that as well? Thanks.
Mr. Garber.
Thanks, through the mayor to councilor. Thank you for the question, Councilor Jolicoeur. The topic of public washrooms and human rights and decency and public service has been a topic that this council has been speaking of in my 4 years of time here. So we've made public investments. There would be an operational implication, and having a dialogue about this would be important. We're trying to facilitate and support people that are walking inside our community. And so if there are costs, I think it's important for us to have that dialogue. The downtown exchange does not have a private washroom. We have the public Herbaloo. So I don't know what the conversation has been as it relates to that, but there is a washroom right beside the downtown exchange, and the location of our Herbaloo was part and parcel of this conversation with the downtown exchange. So having a consideration of a public, some public accessibility combined with the operators requirements, because there are operators requirements that are there. And so if I would just say important to have that dialogue, and if we need to get additional council direction and to address costs, et cetera, that's something for council to decide.
Thanks for that. And Councilor Moore.
I guess I deterred Councillor Hamilton from speaking. I think he had his late on, but anyway, I'll jump in. Yeah, no surprise. I completely support having washrooms. And I think that it's something that a lot of folks don't consider. I mean, drivers driving for hours and having no washroom available. So I'm very supportive of that, but I also am supportive of seeing if there are some ways to share in that infrastructure, maybe not in the same building, but share in the other infrastructure that's necessary for that. Yeah, I think it's important that we do look at these things, remember, gender equity, social equity, all those things when we're doing these projects. There's lots of reasons why these things are important. So I'm glad that I'm happy that those amenities are going to be made available for drivers, and would love to see some more for the public as well. Thanks. And that's a well-used area for sure.
Thanks, Councillor Moore. Appreciate that. And you've spurred Councillor Cole Hamilton here. So this may be the final volley. We'll see.
Yeah, I was just going to move the recommendation, which is why I turned my light up, because I thought you wanted to speak. So I was wanting to move the recommendation we see on the screen with the additional words at the end of the second paragraph, comma, potential washroom facility at the South Courtenay Exchange and potential crosswalk on the west side of England at 8th.
The crosswalk?
No. Where in the motion? Sorry, you may have gone a little bit too quickly there. We'll just go back to where we're going to put it.
At the end of where the cursor is, right there, at the end of the second paragraph, and consideration of the viability of a washroom facility at the Southern Exchange and a crosswalk across 8th on the west side of England.
West. Yes, very good at typing. Fantastic. All right, that's been moved and seconded now. Councillor Frisch.
Yeah, thanks. Happy to support this. I'm just going to give a little caveat about the last things put in. We did just carve up our last budget trying to save money, and I'm guessing these things cost money. So I'm going to hopefully trust that staff and and BC Transit, consider that additional costs at the city's expense could be a problem for those things. But I mean, yeah, I want it all too.
All right. I think that has gotten us to the point of calling the question. All those in favor? And motion carries. All right. All right, we got one down, only a few more to go tonight. So under operational services, we're going to move on to the 6th Street Multimodal Corridor Enhancement Grant application. And I'll pass it over to staff. Mr. Shaw.
Thank you again, through the mayor, to members of council. Again, another exciting report to bring forward today, the 6th Street Multimodal Corridor Enhancement Grant Application Project. Just a bit of background before I hand it over to Mr. Casey to deliver a bit of a presentation on this work. This is a great outcome of the CMP implementation plan, which provided dedicated funding to look at particular aspects of our cycling network plan that required a great deal of consultation, consideration, design, and inspiration to bring something to fruition, but also to get it to a point where it can be grant ready from a design perspective. And this is one of those. So the first one out of the CMP was the 6th Street Multimodal Corridor. And then considering the work that's been done and the conversations that's been had to date, it's exciting to bring this forward, knowing that the 6th Street Multimodal Bridge will be going forward. This would be a great addition to this corridor. And so with that, I'll pass it over to Mr. Casey to provide the presentation and some detailed background on the options analysis report, as well as where we land with respect to recommendation for cross-section enhancement. Well, and that will tie nicely into two potential grant opportunities, one at a national level for the National Active Transportation Grant, and another at a provincial level, which would be the BCAT grant opportunity. And we've taken some time to prepare both a fulsome design opportunity as well as an interim opportunity that would meet the guidelines of both of those application processes. So with that, Mr. Casey, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shaw. And thank you, Mayor and Council. Great to be here. And really great agenda you've got actually here for the meeting tonight. So yeah, very happy to be here tonight to share a little bit out on the process we've undertaken relative to multimodal corridor enhancements for 6th Street. And as Mr. Shaw alluded to, I think what we really wanted to highlight was the grant and funding opportunities for both sort of a interim and a kind of an ultimate build out type scenario for improvements on this corridor. So I'm going to work through about 10 minutes worth of material, provide some background on the process we've undertaken to date, and then sort of focus in a little bit more so on some of the funding and costing opportunities. So why enhance 6th Street? I'm going to present a little bit of background here on where the idea for enhancements of 6th Street really come from and how they're congruent with some of the planning directions you've already got in place. The portion of 6th Street that we're focused on is the section between Anderton and the river up to Fitzgerald, not to limit it only to these 4 blocks. There's a lot of really great work happening, quite obviously, on both ends, but the work that we're focused on here is these 4 blocks. When I start introducing design concepts and costing figures, it is for these 4 blocks. Some photos from a sunny day just to orient everyone, working sort of from low to uphill towards Fitzgerald. The final block towards the river, just highlighting some of the key features here, grades, topography, and some of the plan change that we know is coming with the transition off of 6th Street Bridge toward the what is essentially the terminus of the Riverway Trail here as well. Moving up the corridor a little bit across Cliff, highlighting some of the public space in front of the public library, highlighting the well-utilized on-street parking through parts of this corridor and some of the public art and pedestrian amenities that are in place. And then lastly, moving more toward the end with Fitzgerald, some of the kind of key character change here is that the road does widen out quite a bit, both the physical space itself plus the right-of-way that's in place. And so we see angle parking in place for this final block. We also see some of the improvements, public space improvements that have been made on the both Fitzgerald intersection and England intersection in recent years. So some of the why, really a lot of the why, we did not invent this. The why is coming forward from some of the city's past planning initiatives. And so official community plan. There's a quote from the official community plan on the screen in front of us. It sees a 6th Street concept that includes dedicated cycling and walking connection from west to east Courtenay, connecting community services and public spaces, serving as a festival street integrated with a downtown commons and mews with plenty of public outdoor seating and greenery. So direction straight from the official community plan that helps guide what we're up to here. Specific transportation objectives. So these aren't from the official community plan. These aren't objectives for 6th Street itself, but for the city as a whole, highlighting the importance of transitioning to more trips made by walking and cycling. It gives us a framework for what we're up to here. Prioritizing transportation and investments in walking, cycling, and transit. Street standards that include attention to safety, accessibility, and comfort at the pedestrian scale. And then lastly, excess existing road space is to be repurposed to support public life, active travel, and green infrastructure. So really a nod towards streets as public spaces. And so this is actually really great. Your official community plan is great. And this sort of guidance is excellent for the exercise we're undertaking here. You have your downtown playbook, which is a neat document. It's going on, I think, almost 10 years old now, but actually does present some really great concepts for 6th and for other parts of the downtown as well that give some guidance to what we're up to here. And so 2 of the ideas, really, the concepts that are introduced in that document are very specific to 6th. On the left is this idea of 6th Street being a green street. And so introducing most logically more street trees and landscape, but also sort of softening the hard infrastructure feel that many streets like 6th have in place. So some imagery on the left-hand side of the slide demonstrating that. And on the right side is the introduction of the idea of a Duncan Muse. So this Duncan intersects and terminates on the south end at 6th, but this might also extend further north on Duncan. But the idea that this Duncan and 6th location is actually quite critical to this concept and introduces the idea of very specific placemaking endeavors in this location to highlight its importance, introducing opportunities for public space and opportunities for street closures, whether permanent or more likely temporary, but a space that's conducive to those sorts of public activities. Mr. Shaw alluded to this as well earlier. Cycling network plan. Cycling network plan identifies 6th Street as the key east-west corridor through the downtown. That was arrived at through a process of sort of analyzing alternative parallel corridors and determining that 6th Street would make for an ideal corridor for east-west cycling travel. Since that time, part of this network has been built out, not the 6th Street component, but pieces on either end. Fitzgerald's been upgraded, 5th Street's been put in place, and now the 6th Street active transportation bridge is not just an idea, but it's now in the works. And so a lot of the pieces around this corridor have started to materialize and come either online or will be coming online in the future, sort of further emphasizing the need for this 6th Street connection. And then some other initiatives that we're talking about tonight and actively talking about throughout the city. 6th Street Active Transportation Bridge, obviously the very integral connection on the east end of the corridor we're talking about here, bringing people on foot and on bike over the river and into East Courtenay. The Downtown Transit Exchange, I think we put an hour plus to that, so we're good there. But a very obvious tie-in with multimodal integration with what we're considering on this corridor, as well as what might come online in terms of a future public transit exchange. And then the Downtown Vitalization Local Area Plan, which my understanding is that's a process that's very much midstream, but highlighting the opportunity for enhancements that might happen on 6th Street to tie in with that sort of broader visioning work that's happening throughout the downtown. Okay, so shifting gears a little bit away from why we're doing what we're doing toward thinking about implementation. And so the way that process has been made to date is considering improvements on this corridor under an ultimate build-out scenario. So some of the imagery you might have seen on the cover slide, that looks considerably different than the way 6th Street looks today. So envisioning what an ultimate build-out might look like, as well as identifying opportunities for interim treatments. So these would be treatments that start to change the character and function of the street, but are done so at a more sort of modest level of investment. So something that might reasonably be advanced more quickly. And so with these 2 avenues in mind, we've set out sort of identifying what suitable grant funding pursuits might be to help make this happen. So interim treatment, really what we're talking about is changing the configuration of the street to accommodate the cycling function that's envisioned through the cycling network plan, allowing for a two-way cycling facility on the south side of the street. And it's essentially a replacement of one of the sides of parking with the addition of cycling facility. There's some modest infrastructure upgrades or changes that are needed to accommodate this, but this is by no means requiring the full-scale sort of reconstruction that's envisioned under an ultimate scenario. So we're seeing quite a more modest cost figure. And I think also worth pointing out that this would also envision change in function for cyclist crossings of the major intersections. So at Cliff, bicycle-specific signals. At Fitzgerald, an upgrade of the crossing there to allow cyclists to also activate the crossing that's in place on Fitzgerald. So some of these real foundational sort of functional components addressed through the interim. There's a visual on the right-hand side of the screen just demonstrating conceptually what that configuration might look like. And then moving from interim to ultimate, the ultimate really is a more comprehensive enhancement of the streetscape. So it builds in similar type cycling function as would be under the interim scenario, but imagines more of a comprehensive improvement that brings in a lot of the greening, public space and pedestrian amenities that are imagined through the various city documents. So I don't want to call it a design, but a visual on the right-hand side of the screen demonstrating what these series of improvements could look like. And so we turn our attention to provincial and federal level funding that might be available to help support this. There's the National Active Transportation Fund is a fund that's they're on their second intake cycle, and its upper limit for funding is quite considerable. It would take in appropriate amounts to build out the full build out scenario. And so some of the parameters of that fund on the left-hand column there, I suppose. I think what's very important with this one is there's a lot of experience in the city with the provincial fund, the BCAT fund. You've done very well on that over the years. Big differentiator between the provincial opportunity and the federal one is design, engagement plus capital costs are accounted for in that. So when we talk about, I intentionally express that visual on the last slide is a visual, it's not a design. There's still a lot of work to do to understand exactly what we want that design to be. I think we know conceptually or visually we'll say that a comprehensive streetscape enhancement is desirable. There's still work to be done to figure out exactly what that is, and this fund would allow for that. On the right-hand side of the screen, the BC Active Transportation Infrastructure grants, some of the grant parameters around that. I think this group knows that fund very well. It's behind 17th Street, some of the work over in East Courtenay and Back Road and others as well. So the opportunity, the cap on this fund is $500,000. It's a lot lower than the national fund would be. So a good target potentially for some of these interim treatments that we've demonstrated. So I guess to summarize the next steps, I think just a little bit more detail on what I spoke to. The National AT Fund is being identified as a suitable candidate for application for a full application for the full build-out amount. It's up over $4 million in total is the kind of the estimated amount for that full build-out. It could be a little bit higher than that even. And we've identified what the breakdown of that might be. So approximately 2.9 million the grant might help support, and then there'd be a remaining almost 2 million that would be left unfunded still. And then on the interim with the provincial opportunity, again, the provincial opportunity, a good opportunity for an interim type treatment and sort of the level of investment that comes with that. Intake, the next intake for the provincial program is anticipated in the fall. There's no certainty around that, but it has been in the fall the last number of years, expecting it will be again. And hoping that we have by that point a design and a firmer cost estimate in place. Well, not hoping, we will have a firmer design and cost estimate in place that'll put the city in a good position to apply for that. Okay, and then I couldn't resist the opportunity to just show off just a little bit about Sixth Street is unique, and you really only have one Sixth Street in your community. It's your downtown street. It's not as busy as some of the parallel alternatives. And there's real opportunity here. And so I just wanted to share a few photos from travels and other places to demonstrate and maybe generate some enthusiasm for what could happen on Sixth. And so a couple of examples from Seattle, Bell Street. I don't know if anyone's been, but really what I want to highlight here is Bell Street is that's just south, but it's in a very urbanized area nearby downtown Seattle. Curbless environment. So what they've done here is really differentiated spaces with tactile treatments, with landscape, and with intentional location of vertical elements, not curbs. And so there might be an opportunity, especially in our full build-out scenario, to entertain some of these similar treatments. Just an example again from Seattle. Argyle Street in Halifax. This is one of the kind of the main north-south streets, not traffic-wise, but most prominent downtown streets in Halifax. A real commercial and restaurant sort of environment. Similar. They've delineated spaces again, not with infrastructure so much, but with more tactile and placemaking type features. So potentially some inspiration from what we might look to do here. I think lastly, Bernard Ave is, for those that have been there, key north-south downtown Main Street in Kelowna, connecting Lake to some of the key business areas downtown. And so what's happening quite frequently on this street is actual closures, temporary closures allow for special events. They allow in the summertime for restaurants to add to their capacity to allow people who live here and visit here to benefit from it and the businesses to benefit as well. So with that, I'll conclude, and I'm very happy to take any questions you might have.
Excellent. Thanks so much. And did I see on that one slide for the deadlines, just while I'm waiting for any lights to come on, that it was February 2025?
So that was the national stream. Yeah. The intake was, just over a month ago. It was due. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. And Mr. Shaw, did you want to add?
Yeah, just if I may, Mr. Mayor, thank you. So to yourself, to answer that question. So yes, the deadline was February. In anticipation of the staff report coming to council and deadlines and so on and so forth, staff did take the opportunity to apply for that grant application. There's no commitment requirement on part of the city, but we didn't want to miss the opportunity in anticipation of this coming to fruition and seeing a positive endorsement. So the application, and we understand through the granting authority, would be amended to facilitate the intention of council to support this if council was to choose to move forward, but we didn't want to miss the opportunity that existed within a particular exciting opportunity from a full build-out perspective. So I'll take the heat on that one.
No, it just looked very exciting, except for the date. So glad to hear that staff are on it. So I really appreciate that. That was my only question. Councillor McCollum.
Oh, thanks, Mayor, and thanks for the presentation. So there's two options, and the timeline kind of lands similarly, but it's not super clear because one of these funding streams hasn't opened, and I imagine we feel a little more confident about the BC stream. So I guess my question is, if we get the BC stream and then we get some good news about the federal, can they be put together? Could we use that for the signals and then the grant fund or the federal funding for other parts of the build out? Like, how would that fit?
Want to get your microphone. You can just leave your microphone on. And
yeah, really good question. I love the attention to let's hopefully be successful here and make this happen. The national stream does allow for stacking. So if we found out we were successful on both, we would be allowed to essentially stack the provincial portion to offset the unfunded portion through the national piece. If I think there was maybe another line of thinking in there is like, if we made some of these temporary improvements and came back at a later date to make the ultimate improvements, would we just be starting from scratch? No, some the signal improvements in particular, that reflects the ultimate build out. There would be some sort of modest redoing of some of the works that would have happened, but under the ultimate, both those signal Fitzgerald and Cliff, those signal locations that infrastructure would remain. Yeah.
Great. That makes perfect sense to me. And then I guess the other question is really short.
Oh, it's a subsequent.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to follow council rules. Sorry for taking this long to get to this point, but Councillor Frisch. Councillor Cole Hamilton.
Okay, we're whipping through the questions. So my question, I guess, is a bit of a variation on Councillor McCollum's. I'm just trying to understand um, the kind of time frame for how long the interim would be in place before it was replaced, and how much of the work that's done in the interim project would be viable and useful in the long-term sense for the final design.
Yeah, at the risk of maybe speculating here to an extent, presumably we would have found out whether we were successful on the national grant. I don't know necessarily if that's going to be happening prior to making application for the provincial. I would sure hope we've got some certainty there before finding out on the provincial application and then starting to execute on that. So in the scenario, I'm pretty confident that we wouldn't get into a provincially funded, executed construction project and then find out national funding was coming. So I think I'm fairly confident we'd be okay there. Maybe there's a scenario where we're unsuccessful in the national and we push forward on the provincial and we find out about future funding, whether it's national or something else at a later date. There's always a risk in that, I suppose. Or if the city chose at a later date to fund the full build out and that larger amount, there's always a risk in that. I don't think the types of treatments that we have in mind for the interim, some of there's a bit of civil work, but it's largely reallocation of space plus dealing with those two intersections. And so the kind of cost figures we have in mind for that aren't terribly high. Yeah. And we could even come back, again, just sort of speculating here, but we could even come back to council with a bit of a breakdown of how much of this total interim cost is signal related infrastructure that would largely remain under the ultimate versus how much is on the civil piece that might actually change under the ultimate. Those are figures we could bring back.
That sounds really helpful. And part of my question was also how long you envisage the interim being in place? Like how long an interim period are we contemplating here?
I would honestly turn that question back to council.
Well, if we were to get both grants, I'm sorry, I'm just rephrasing my initial question.
Yeah, no.
How long the interim would be in place?
And Mr. Shaw looks like he's ready to jump in as well. So maybe I'll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Cole Hamilton. So if I may preface, really what I believe is the question is if we were successful in both, would the interim be in place for an extent of time until the ultimate would be then rebuilt over it? And so what Mr. Casey was articulating is that we're hopeful that the information that we would gain through these two applications would coincide. And so one would not move forward without the other information guiding its end result. So there is no desire, if we are awarded the national grant, to proceed with an interim solution in its place. We would stack the funding to fund the ultimate only.
Okay, thank you. I probably should have gathered that from what Mr. Casey was saying, but I appreciate you clarifying that.
Sure.
All
And
right,
if I may, just in terms of the price point, I do recall through the cost evaluation, the signal ranges between, so the cost estimate has some engineering aspects as well as capital construction costs, and it's in the range of $380,000 to $420,000 for both of the signals, and that's of the $1 million application. So it's quite a significant chunk for those two aspects that would be both in play for both an interim and an ultimate design. So as Mr. Casey articulated as well, when we talk about the stacking aspects, if we could piece out particulars that one could fund and the other could fund, that would be the one entity that would seek to ensure its inclusion in both aspects.
Okay, thanks. I have a further question, but I'll get back in.
All right, thanks for that. And Mr. Garbett, you had a comment?
Yeah, thank you. Through the mayor to council, quite extensive discussions. We also remember that the downtown local area planning exercise is happening. The ultimate change of 6th Street we have very low order intensity uses there, very valuable businesses there, et cetera. But that will also influence where it lands here. The playbook talked about 3 sort of different streets that make up the downtown. The LAP will rectify that, but we also have ongoing historical work that will connect to the future pedestrian connection at the bottom as well. So there's a lot of moving parts at this point. It just represents a really, really exciting opportunity to build on what we're doing. And so that's why it's in front of you now. And we just have, we have a lot of stuff happening in 2025, rumor has it. So thanks.
Thanks, Mr. Garbett, for that. And Councillor Jolicoeur.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. And thanks for the consulting report. Quite informative. I really appreciate the level of detail of analysis, which is actually why I was a little surprised with the recommendation in the staff report, which is actually different than the cross-section that scored the highest in your assessment. So that's mostly where my questions lie. So option 4, starting on page 43 of your report, scored the highest, which is the one directional traffic with parking closest to the bike lane, and then a quite a large, beautiful promenade. And so I'm wondering if you can speak to the potential understanding that I think I'm lacking here around perhaps why we wouldn't go with option 4 as the ultimate. I understand the constraints around the intermeasure and also the costs, but I'm wondering if, in fact, through your work, option 4, which I think you clearly articulate why it would probably be the best suited, wouldn't be what we would choose for the ultimate.
Yep, happy to shed some light on sort of how that came about. So that was a result of that options assessment we did. That was about a year ago, and we did come to council in a working session, like a working session with council, and introduced the various options that were under consideration, and did highlight this promenade option, which how it really differs from the 2-way bike facility option we're looking at now. That, if we can remember back, or we see it in the report in the agenda package, was it was 1-way travel. It was single lane travel, single lane parking. And as you can probably imagine, that frees up a lot of space for other things, being the promenade, which was going to be still a 2-way bike facility and a very wide pedestrian space beside that as well. And so through the lens that options report ran each of the various cross-section options through a multi-criteria assessment. It looked at things like traffic and parking. It looked at things like public space and landscape and street trees. It looked at active transportation experience and safety. That option obviously scored quite high on all factors, with the exception of traffic and parking. And so through the lens that we put it through at that time, it sort of scored the highest. This 2-way bike facility treatment that we're sort of entertaining now also scored quite highly. I think it was the sort of like the backup option, if that promenade option was deemed to be too significant of change. And through the conversation with council and thinking since then, that's how we've sort of moved away from the recommended promenade option to this 2-way cycling sort of focused option. I would highlight really the functional differences between, I kind of introduced earlier that so far we've been entertaining cross sections and sort of creating visualizations. We haven't really got down to like design. The functional differences between that promenade option and what's in front of us tonight really is what's in front of us retains 2-way travel for vehicles, which is very much sort of more conventional for downtown street, and really just the way we're thinking about cities and planning today is to not necessarily jump to these 1-way circulation streets. And so instead of the option we have in front of us is, instead of that extra travel lane width being put into pedestrian space, it's given back to that circulation, and we've got a more sort of typical sidewalk dimension in this cross section. All that to say, the national application, which is sort of what we're focused on here, does allow for design and engagement, if successful, as part of that funding. And so there is the opportunity to take this back and sort of look more at a more focused level at whether we'd value, that space into extra pedestrian space, or whether we want to retain the 2-way travel. Yeah. All right, thanks for that. And we have Councillor McCullough.
Thanks. And this is a question for staff, just around the financial implications of the grants. I would assume that given that we are able to meet that February deadline, that we don't need to amend our capital plan in order to have our grant application be considered. But I do remember from previous BC active transportation grant applications that we have had the design included in our capital plan as part of that. And I don't know if that's best practice or a requirement, but I'm wondering if we'll be hindered in any way by not having had this in our financial plan, or just if you could speak to that.
Mr. Shaw.
Thank you. Through the mayor to Councilor McCollum. It's a great question. As Mr. Casey articulated, the national application includes funding for design, for consultation, for all of that. And you are correct in terms of the BC Active Transportation or the BCAT program. It does not include design works. However, within the 2025 financial plan, we do include monies for the cycling network plan implementation. And of that total funding amount, and it compound, or I mean, it's a successionary fund of $250,000 that's been allocated year over year. Within that, there is monies to support design. So if we were successful, it would already be included within the 2025 financial plan to support the continuation of this work through the successful application of the grant.
Excellent. Thanks for articulating that. Councillor Cole-Hamilton.
Yeah, thanks. I had a question on the financial implications as well. In the staff report, it speaks of the, if we get the BCAT and the interim project, and that would be part of the 26-27 financial year. It also says that the national one would also be part of the 26-27 financial year, the 1.9 million. Is that a typo? Because they're both listed as for the same year, and it's hard to imagine interim and permanent both being in the same 12 months tax year.
It's a great question. So thank you again through the mayor to Councillor Cole-Hamilton. Again, it's a bit of a hope and a prayer, right? Two applications, two processes, juggling both balls in anticipation, hoping that one will land and potentially both. And so wanted to be prepared and understanding that this application for the national one is in play. There's a resolution to support its application. There's also a resolution to support the BCAT application as it goes forward. Also considering not hindering the cities in its future applications for BCAT. BCAT does allow 2 applications per year for 2 independent projects within any one community. So this would be 1 space within that application. But again, we're looking to provide as much information and as much forward planning as we can with respect to the financial implications that would come with the successful grant application for both or one. So the 2026 financial plan would include the financial commitments for the successful application upon council's endorsement.
Okay, thank you. And anyway, I guess this would, what I'm about to say would be a subsequent question related to that. So I'll just, since we're actually talking about it, so I guess if the stacking option were to occur, then the cost that we're seeing in the financial implications section could be different and could be lower if the stacking were allowed to get.
That's correct.
Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Cole-Hamilton, and Councillor Schuliker.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Just doing a comparison between the consultant report and the staff report for the cross section. My questions are mostly focused on the cross sections between England and Cliff. We have the parking on the north side, but the 2 directional bike lanes on the south side. I seem to recall, maybe it was you or maybe somewhere else, that that's pretty common knowledge. It's safer for bikers if there's bikers than parking than traffic. So what is the rationale to have what's being proposed? Parking, traffic, bikes, pedestrians.
Yeah, good question. Very observant. I think we've actually sort of entertained both configurations. So leaving the parking on the north side and essentially the removal on the south side and replacement with bike lanes, which is a more straightforward project. Versus, I think where you're going is if we remove the parking on the north side and we still have to move it, but left the parking on the south side, we've got a nice physical buffer for people on bikes between travel lane and bike lane. I think the option 2 there that you've highlighted, there's a little bit of added cost there because we're dealing with curb extensions on both sides of the road, if we can kind of visualize that. But it would result in, as you're getting at, a better cycling experience, a protected cycling experience. Yeah.
So just as a follow-up, does the ultimate include traffic, parking, bikes, pedestrians? Okay, so we would eventually get to a safer environment for bikers. Yeah, okay, thanks.
All right, thanks for that. And Councillor Frisch.
Would you be willing to entertain a motion?
Absolutely.
So, well, I just wanted to make a quick comment. Obviously, really excited, and I think the strategy that staff and yourself have come up with is really wise. Yeah, and I'm happy to endorse and move the recommendation.
All right, it's been moved and seconded. I see that the active transportation grant is in the motion in the second part there, I guess, as a housekeeping to catch up to the one that's already been applied for. Is that correct?
Sorry, thank you, Mr. Mayor. If you could repeat the question.
Just in the second one, that's it's got that National Active Transportation Fund, but that's the one that you commented on. It's been applied for. This is housekeeping just to.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yes.
That was my only thing.
Yep.
Thank you so much. Councillor Hillian.
Thanks, Mayor. Just an observation, everywhere I go in other communities that have pedestrian-oriented areas in their downtown, it always strikes me the contrast that we really don't. And so I think that the journey I've been on in my years on this council, which has certainly been accelerated in recent years with a number of us, is to make our downtown more pedestrian friendly, which is good for people, it's good for business. I am aware that we've recently had indication that downtown merchants, perhaps for the first time, are more open to possibilities of temporary closures of Fifth Street even. So I think it's important that their dialogue be included in all of these plans, but really pleased to see this going ahead tonight. And I think it's important that we continue to invest in improving the infrastructure and the livability of our downtown spaces. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Hillian. Really appreciate that. And Councillor Moore.
Great, thanks, Mayor. Yeah, just adding to that. Yeah, I'm really excited to see something like this. When I travel, there's like Councillor Hillian said, there's always these places, even in small communities, modest communities, there's usually these gathering spots. So I think it's great. I think I'm going to speak once again to the communication piece. I had a chat with our city manager about the 6th Street Bridge, which I was away for that discussion. And you know, I made a comment which he chuckled at, but that the 6th Street Bridge is more than just a bridge. All of these decisions that we're making are all intersecting. And when we look at, you know, long before I was on council, as Councillor Hillian mentioned, a lot of these visions have been in play, and they've had tons of public input over the years, and input from downtown business, and a desire for more of this kind of community walkability. That we had a great crusader who passed away a few years, Diana, who took us on a little walking tour of downtown with her vision of how to make walkability better and to make it more pleasant for people. Sadly, she won't be around to hopefully see some of these improvements. But I think just going back to communication, I think you know, it's always a challenge. We don't have tons of resources to really you know, do what we'd like to do around communication, but just to really stress that this is all part of a larger, you know, puzzle, that these are puzzle pieces, and in isolation, they look odd maybe to people. It's like, why do we have this bridge that's going nowhere? Well, actually this bridge is going somewhere. There's a whole network. When you bring up OCP, Downtown Playbook, Transportation Master Plan, Cycling Network Plan, the Cultural Plan, there's probably more, but those are the ones that have been mentioned in this report. they all link together to make a more vibrant community and to make a place where people feel a sense of belonging, and they're not just parking a car, running in and getting something and running out. They're actually lingering downtown and, oh, I have a coffee, but oh, I see there's something over here that I could, look at. So it's really about that community piece. And the last point I'll make is, of course, we have more residences going downtown. This is gonna, I think it would be amazing to live down there, be able to go, you know, go to these places and not have to worry about traffic. Yeah, I think, okay, I have one more point. There's a workshop happening at FCM, and it's about nightlife. It's all about nightlife, and it's like there's actually a workshop on this around how do we improve nightlife in our communities. So I've been also talking a lot about that when I saw some of the drawings that showed restaurants, not that we necessarily need a whole bunch of bars. I saw restaurants and bars, but just gathering spots for people to, here's my, gushy side that council hasn't seen a lot of lately, but, to break bread with people. So these are the things that, that we get slammed on these decisions, but there is a bigger picture, and I hope that we are able to communicate that out to folks in a better way, so that all these puzzle pieces, people can actually see the puzzle completed. Thanks.
Well said, Councillor Moran, and I would say that, when you say it's more than a bridge, I mean, this is really one of the reasons why people want to move here. And when we're looking to attract physicians and other things, we've got the physician recruitment task force. This is the reason why people are going to want to move here. So it is really about building community and where we're going to be into the future. So thanks for articulating that. Councillor Frisch.
I apologize. I forgot to say that I'm really pleased that staff stuck their neck out or went out on a limb to apply for that national. I think I can't speak for everyone, but I think it was a very wise decision. Really appreciate you doing that. I know there's always a risk in doing that, so thank you.
All right, with that and all lights off, I'll call the question. All those in favor? And motion carries. I do have a recommendation from staff that maybe dinner is ready for us. Maybe we take a break. And we'll come back in about 20 minutes.
Yeah, likewise. Congrats on the report. Thanks.
Sound good?
All right, looks like we got most of council here. Staff are coming back. And just a reminder, there's quite a lot of items on our agenda, so we'll just keep that in mind so we can try to be done within a reasonable timeline tonight. I had 8 o'clock as a potential, maybe 8:30, but yeah, so we'll just be mindful of time and move along. And all right, with that, we'll move on to item 5.1.3, 6th Street parking review, and we'll pass it over to Mr. Shaw.
Great, thank you. Through the mayor to members of council, pleased to present another staff report regarding 6th Street. This one about parking, parking enhancements and parking review options. Felt it important to bring a staff report back with respect to some of the great information that was collected and presented in June of 2024. We did the fulsome downtown parking analysis, but more specifically now having had 2 very fulsome discussions, one about transit exchange, another one about multimodal corridors. We wanted to review the impacts based on some of those great analytics that we had with respect to parking on 6th Street, as well as look for opportunities in the short term that we may be able to enhance parking opportunities on 6th Street. And really that's what this report articulates. So I want to thank staff for taking the time to put this together and our consultants for pulling that data that we had put forward last year into good use. So really in short, consideration really for the motion today is to seek council's endorsement to direct staff to adjust the existing parallel parking between Fitzgerald and Harmston on the north side from parallel to angle. And that will facilitate a potential increase of up to 17 spots from the existing 12 that I believe are there, take us up to about 29, which would elevate the amount of available parking within downtown core quite significantly. And we also took this opportunity to look at what the impacts of the downtown exchange movement from 4th and Cliff to England and 8th, and the offsetting impacts of those in discussions with the CVRD and BC Transit. We know that as that transit exchange shifts, there will be a net use of existing parking that's on England between 8th and 6th, but will also be a regain of existing parking spaces that were on Cliff between 3rd and 4th, as there was bus staging that existed there as well. So there's a direct trade-off. It's not a one-to-one, unfortunately, because they're taking up existing angle parking on England, but with the addition of the angle that we're proposing to go on 6th Street between Fitzgerald and Harmston, there's still a net positive in the short term. The impact really comes into the conversation when we talk about what removing parking on the south side would look like to facilitate a multimodal corridor, bidirectional bike lanes within 6th Street. And so that's a fairly significant reduction. And I think that total number of stalls equated to about 49 in specific of that. When you look at the net offset and potentially some opportunities for enforcement enhancement options, that number can be brought quite down quite low. And really what I wanted to point out through this analysis was the overstay amount of parking that exists on 6th Street. So that was one of the significant aspects through that review that we were able to identify. And so it was understood that between 50 and 60% of users in parking spaces on 6th are overstaying the 2-hour limit. And so if there was a degree of enforcement or enhanced enforcement options within the downtown core, you could potentially see some of those spaces becoming more readily available, thus decreasing or increasing the opportunity for parking within the downtown corridor. So that's really part of the discussion. And we provided a supportive resolution for council to consider, and that's the second piece of this resolution, to direct staff to seek out and present opportunities for a downtown parking enforcement management program. One that could be built over the course of the next year or so in anticipation of potentially some of these exciting opportunities for renewal and enhancement within the downtown happening. So a little bit of pre-work to get us in a good place to be well situated for the forward. With that, I'm happy to take any questions.
Fantastic. Thank you so much for the work on that. And again, I know there's been work with the BIA, and we saw you downtown just recently with them, and we've been communicating this with them quite a bit, but I'll pass it over to Councilor Frisch.
Thanks very much. How long are these overstays? Are we talking like not 2 hours, but 3 hours? Or are we talking like all day long?
Yeah, that's a great question. So thank you through the mayor to Councillor Frisch. It varies. I'll be honest with you, but the numbers are probably more surprising than we would have expected. And some of the numbers coming back are in the 4 to 6 hour mark in terms of overstay. So they're quite substantially. They're obviously individuals that are working in the area or using the area to stage to do other activities.
Okay, and what is there, does it make any sense to add parking on the next block as well? It's such a huge street, highly underused, talking about 6th Street, Harmston up to, I guess it's whatever it is, you know, what it is, McPhee. Did that cross your mind? Is that an opportunity? Because I certainly don't mind walking 2 blocks into downtown.
That's great. It's a great follow-up question. And you're right, we did look at what the potential opportunities could be in expansive of that. We wanted to be very mindful of what the downtown area is, and this is a slight extension of that, trying to invite individuals to park just a little bit further away and then walk in. There are definitely opportunities as you go around Harmston, connecting up to 5th to create parallel or angle parking in those particular areas. And you're right as well as we go through the park development. I didn't want to be too ambitious to propose that those be done right away, given there's a lot of work happening with our partners over in development services, and Marianne's shaking her head at me right now, with the downtown local area plan, the Harmston district revitalization. All of those things have to overlay to understand how best use. I thought, as in particular, this particular aspect of 6th Street is quite advantageous. Not a lot of significant changes that's going to happen there. The majority of the frontages along that corridor are converted homes into business, and so there's a commercial feel rather than a residential. It's often challenging when you put convert parallel to angle in front of homes versus in a commercial setting. So this was the most opportunistic in the short term for significant change and impact in a positive way in the downtown.
Okay, yeah, sounds wise to dip our toe in before getting all the way. Thanks very much.
Thanks, Councillor Frisch. And this might be a bit more of an extreme thing, but when I did the business walk across from the Chamber of Commerce, there was a couple of cars that had snow on them, but the snow had come like 3 days before that. So, and that became a good point with the Chamber and the downtown business and working with staff to make sure that we're able to respond to those kinds of things. Councillor Jolicoeur.
Thanks, thanks, Mayor, and thanks for the diligence in probably jumping ahead to what I think many of us are probably asking, which is how is all this great work going to impact parking in our downtown? And so I really appreciate the work both by staff and consultants to think about ways we can get ahead of some of the impacts to parking. Yeah, generally, I think I'm in favor of what's being recommended. I guess I am curious, and you, Director Shaw, spoke to some of the invitations to our downtown businesses. I do wonder around behavior change and change management for the impact on parking, whether it be the transit exchange or what we were just discussing on the 6th Street around how we actually encourage employers to invite their staff where and when possible to park outside. And so I wonder if you have any thoughts around ways in which we can enhance that encouragement to our downtown businesses and nonprofits who have lots of employees that come downtown every day.
That's a great question. Thank you through the mayor to Councillor Jolicoeur. And I appreciate the props in terms of anticipating questions. And I want to really take this opportunity to give a shout out to the operations staff, specifically Matthew Brown, the new manager of transportation services, who joined us here just in January. So quick introduction to him, but he was able to pull much of this information together quite quickly to create this very fruitful conversation today. So thank you, Matthew. In terms of communications with the BIA, we do meet regularly as staff, inclusive of the mayor, and have those conversations from a staff to staff or staff to BIA. Conversation happens on a quite regular basis as well. And I know that we're continuously trying to encourage the conversation around parking with the inclusivity of the parking or the gravel area that's been facilitated just behind the building here today that many of us probably parked in. So it's about the education and the outreach. We need to continue that dialogue. And I think those are great opportunities to continue to have that dialogue. I know that it was a point of discussion with the RCMP at the open house as I attended there as well. And it's about proximity, it's about safety, it's about all of those things that come to fruition. So be mindful of all of those. And I think as well, developing a fulsome parking strategy and how we as a community and how we as a city and council want to engage with the downtown business, with the business owners, with the people that work there and the people that visit, is a very important aspect of continuing to dive into that dialogue of useful space and rejuvenation of space.
All right, thanks for that. And back to Councillor Jolicoeur.
Oh, he can go. Oh. Yeah, this is my last question is on the second part on the downtown parking management program. Particularly, I'm curious, I'm really looking forward to hearing from staff around enforcement options. So I'm just wondering, because we haven't considered this before and much of our bylaw compliance policy, I know staff have indicated that this is an issue, our downtown parking and, reorientating our bylaw officers to other priority issues based on our policy. And so I'm just kind of curious if part of the work that's going to be done will also consider the recent motion from council around revenue. And just curious where staff are going to go with the enforcement piece in alignment with our bylaw compliance policy.
I will pass it over to Director O'Connell to respond to that. Thank you.
Ms. O'Connell.
Thank you, Councillor Jolicoeur. I was hoping that's where you were going. Yeah, basically there's a lot of pieces that are going to be happening within a really quick period of time. So you've got the downtown vitalization plan, that's that amalgamation of, the playbook and the Harmston, the work that was going to be that's going on. You have the changes that operations is doing when it comes, and in engineering environmental are doing in regards to the development of like our multimodal transportation, our pedestrian, our cycling infrastructure, those types of things. You have the changes in density that are coming from the impacts of the SHMU within the downtown core. You also have the policy changes from like a per number of parking spots per new units developed as that continues to shrink. In addition to that, you have the direction to look at potential revenue options. And then all of that is really considered within the lens of the OCP. So within the OCP, you have a lot of environmental objectives when it comes to things like encouraging folks to take other modes of transportation to access the downtown core. In addition to that, the city itself actually does have potential revenue options because we own a couple of the private parking lots or public lots downtown where we do lease or rent parking stalls. So in addition to whether or not like the enforcement component mixed with the potential for revenues as well, really where you would see the enforcement align with is the enforcement a tool to achieve those other policy objectives. So it could be a tool or a strategy to achieve council's environmental objectives around shifting the way that people are accessing the downtown core. It likely wouldn't be something that is necessarily propelled by the bylaw compliance policy, because that really does focus on bylaw non-compliance that impacts safety or the environment before you get to those other pieces. But part of what I would envision coming back as part of a program is how do we create a downtown parking strategy and plan and approach that includes enforcement without diminishing those other critical services that council, in addition to all the folks who are engaged in the development of the bylaw compliance policy and strategy, said was really important. So there's a lot of opportunity here around looking at new technologies, looking at third-party service providers. The city itself used to use the commissionaires as an example to do downtown parking patrols. So it's really looking at the big picture, identifying the various models and figuring out what are the pieces that we can use in order to achieve the best outcomes in a variety of different policy areas and objectives of council, and making sure we're doing the work in a way that is sequential and anticipates work that development services is doing, that I'm doing, that operations is doing, engineering and rec and culture, for examples. And then obviously is compliant with all of our financial requirements. So lots of pieces, and this is a real opportunity to look at how do we bring those together and create a plan that is going to cause win-win-win-win-win across the board, with hopefully not upsetting the least amount of people that really will get there eventually, but I would call late adopters.
All right, thanks for that. And Councillor Moore.
Great, thanks, Mayor. yeah, I'm looking forward to the parking management program as well. I do remember the days of the commissioner, and I worked downtown. And it was just a given that, you know, just before 2 hours, everyone was looking at their watch at the time and running to move their car because they were going to get ticketed. And I had a job where I always had lots of things to carry, so I would try to park nearby, but always knew that I had to, excuse me, move my car. So I think it's like anything, people will get, you know, get used to it, and it will just be the way it is. I was in Campbell River, this was a long time ago, so I don't know if it's changed, but they have 1 hour parking up there, or they did. So that's pretty tight if you're going for lunch or something like that. So I hope that we can provide some incentives for people to not park for 4 or 5 hours in a spot. And also, excuse me, promote those alternatives for people who are working downtown. I guess my question would be, I think we did talk about way back when having some more accessible parking spots available. You know, we have obviously the ones that are marked already, but people have to have that sticker in their car or whatever. But I'm just wondering if there's I don't know how we do it if you don't have that, you know, that thing that you hang in your car, but I think that would be where it would be good to have some parking spaces for people who have mobility issues, but I don't know how you do it, but maybe don't have that sticker.
Thanks, Councillor Moran and Ms. O'Connell.
And thanks, Councillor Moran. We do have some new opportunities that came through the accessibility framework that we did jointly with the regional district, as well as the city will be developing the accessibility plan this year in conjunction with the legislative requirement. And part of what came out of that was the formal relationship with an accessibility advisory body that will provide input. When you combine that with the previously approved by council, the communication strategy, as well as the engagement strategy that you're about to consider at the next council meeting, all of those components will ensure that when any kind of downtown parking management program development process would significantly involve equity deserving groups, particularly around accessibility. And we have that infrastructure and that governance model in place now in order to make sure that we're hearing from the folks around what their accessibility needs, and we'll be able to take those into consideration when it comes to making recommendations, whether it's from bylaw, operations, or development services.
All right, thanks for that. Looks like we've had our discussion. So, Councillor Frisch.
I'm happy to move the recommendation.
All right, moved and seconded. Don't see any further questions or comments. All those in favor? And motion carries. All right. Next, we have the letter from Raymond Hanault, the president of the Courtenay Air Park Association. Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Any questions or comments on this? Seeing none, all those in favor? Any opposed? And motion carries. Wow, now we're moving. Next, we have the invitation to the World Masters Games in Taipei by the Taipei Economic and Cultural Office. I'm happy to speak to this if council wants me to. I'll try to keep it as brief as possible. I have been invited for many years to attend various events in Taipei in an economic and development capacity. And it has never worked out. Unfortunately, this time I did recommend that they contact me through my city email, and there was a bit of a glitch, so it never made it to me. And so the time frame is like I think I only got it about a week ago, and so it's a very short time frame. My hope was that I'd be able to cobble together a bit more of a delegation to go along with me, and that's been very challenging given the very short timeline. So at this point, if council thinks there'd be value for me to go, I'm happy to accept. And if it wasn't clear, flight and hotel would be covered. So there would be a minimal cost to the city, gifts, that kind of stuff. So I'll pass it over to Councillor Healy.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I'm not sure how I feel about this, but I'm just curious. You mentioned that you've had numerous invitations over the years. I don't recall any invitation ever coming before council. And I would have thought that an invitation from a foreign government to an elected official might in fact come to council for consideration. And so, that's
I can clarify. I can
that's a
clarify that, yeah.
curiosity for me.
So maybe I wasn't particularly clear. So I've been doing work with a local resident, Jin Lin, who I think many people know around here, on multicultural things and specifically things Taiwan centric. And so those invitations were to me personally. As I mentioned, it seemed as this was going to be an economic perspective, that it would be better for that to be done as my capacity as mayor. So certainly something that I could do as my own. The second thing is that every single invitation, unfortunately, that I've received, my schedule wouldn't allow it. So there was other things, conferences, that kind of thing that conflicted. So I wouldn't have been able to travel. So that's the reason why it's never come to council before. Like I said, given the fact that this is an economic thing, again, the invitation to the World Masters, the way it played out actually was I met with the Minister of Tourism here, Provincial Minister of Tourism a couple of weeks ago, who really wanted to put some emphasis on Mount Washington and specifically adaptive snow sports program, which I instruct at as an adaptive snow sports instructor, not as mayor. But that really tied into that economic side of things in terms of trying to increase that, I guess, notoriety or thing for the mountain. And again, the invitation was to the mayor, so that's why it's here. Hopefully that helps understand why it's never come to council before, and why it has now. Councillor Frisch.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I would have no problem endorsing your attendance or any other council member. I find it intriguing, the idea of, building relations with this community. I have to say, I don't fully understand the bigger political picture, but yeah, with that, I'll simply move receipt for now.
Thanks. And Councillor Morin.
Great, thanks, Mayor. Yeah, I mean, I think it's great that they're offering to pay most of the expenses. That definitely makes the decision a bit easier. I think, I guess, your point that it's been quite rushed, like, it says in the letter that my office is happy to coordinate with officials in these two cities and arrange additional meetings, but it would be really nice to know if you're going in your capacity as mayor, or if you hope to go in your capacity as mayor, like what does that look like in terms of any meetings that you would have, what are your goals there, what preparation would be needed, if you're going as an official, how much staff time to help support with just prepare you. I guess I'm just wondering how much time really is. I mean, it's less than, what is it, a month and a half from now. Yeah, I would have definitely liked to have more information about how your role as mayor would be utilized. I mean, I think if you go on your own personally, it's being paid for. Yeah, those are some of the questions that I have. And then I think just tied in with that is that we have the sister city in Thailand, and it seems odd to go in official capacity in this sense, but we haven't really been doing anything with our sister city. So yeah, those are just some of the questions that I had.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. And just again, try to be as brief as possible. As mayor, there would be some, and I'll let Mr. Garbett speak to kind of maybe the staff implications, but in terms of like making sure I'm prepared from, understanding Mount Washington's needs, that's something that I'm already doing. I work on an accessibility committee up there for making the mountain more accessible already. Again, not as mayor. However, it is something that I'm involved in, which is how, it's all the things that I do is why I got involved or invited, I should say. And so, yeah, having meetings with people there would be something that they would help organize, and then preparation, working with our provincial ministry of tourism, and then hopefully minimal impact on staff, but I'll let Mr. Garbett maybe speak to it because we've been speaking about it quite a bit.
Thank you. Through the mayor to council. So I would just say many of the things that we've talked about have a minimal impact to staff actually have a very significant impact to staff. Having said that, though, it is very common with good planning to cultivate relationships. And the mayor had explained that he's kind of had a relationship with this area through a local contact. Thank you for acknowledging our Suphanburi Thailand partnership, which has been, pretty much dormant. The idea of reviving sister cities, and I don't know if we use gender specific language like this, partner cities any longer. I know that's the term that has been used. There's been an interest by the County of Maui to have a relationship and various things, but these, and it's very interesting that we talk about that because we actually share as a coastal community with a economic profile that we have, which is knowledge-based tourism, government services, and military. It's actually really interesting if you say that and then say what our partners, the County of Maui is very similar to the Comox Valley, but having said that, the reason why someone smiles about that is that you need to have a plan in place to talk about that. And so I would say if council wants us to explore partnerships like this in the absence kind of a federal trade delegation or a provincial trade delegation or there are regional economic development organizations like the SIPP in the South Island and the like. This is something that we could and should and may want to participate in the future, but it takes quite careful planning in order to be effective. At this point, we haven't had the background time to do that. So, if you're looking for advice from staff on this, if council wants us to explore partner cities from the perspective of our 4 cardinal principles, which are all in line with that, including economic development, we can work on that. We can talk about how to work that in there. Is the time right? The timeline is extremely challenging for us to put together something, particularly since it's kind of envisioned as a solo type of thing to build a team there. And then I just want to speak specifically to the timeline. So we have security barriers in place. Some members of this council have experienced that, and it is sometimes troubling, but we are under onslaught every single day for phishing and cyber threats all the time. So once the mayor was made aware, and sometimes things happen, we fixed that. We've had one related to another member of council and the FCM, et cetera, which is both frustrating, but when we're way aware, we do that. So I just want to be really clear that these barriers are in place because as O'Connor could tell us accurately, we have hundreds of times a week, we are trying to be penetrated with extremely sensitive personal data, financial information, et cetera. So, it will never be perfect, but as the mayor said, as soon as we made aware, we pivoted right away. So council wants us to support partnerships. We'll figure out how to do that. Timeframe is very, very short to do this, and just to clarify why we have some barriers in place to make sure we're safe, secure, and guard our financial and personal information of our residents and organization.
And the only thing I would maybe add is it's probably hundreds or thousands a day, not like there's bots out there always trying to get in. And again, I have reached out to the new CEO of SIP, Aaron Stone. I've reached out to many folks, but again, that timeline is challenging for most to again cobble together a delegation, which is why I would leave it to council. I'm happy to report back to them if this is too tight of a timeline, that maybe what we do is, now that we have everything working out on the communication side, that we can look at a further future one that is a little bit more organized or not, if council doesn't think that this is appropriate, or if council think that, me going solo on this trip would be of any value, I'm happy with that as well. So I do leave it up to council and fully understand that the timeframe makes this extremely challenging. So one technical challenge that we have is that receipt was moved, but it was not seconded. Okay, perfect. Sorry, I didn't grab that a little bit earlier. But with that, if there's no motions, we'll continue on. Councilor Morton?
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. Councilor Hillian?
Well, thanks, Mayor. I mean, my understanding of a motion of receipt is that we are in fact just receiving the letter for information, and we're not actually passing any judgment on, you know, whether we're in favor or against. I mean, my concern is what's implied by, you know, an expenses paid trip to Taiwan, and you know, just in terms of the ethics of that, and you know, whether there's something expected in return as a quid pro quo, and so, you know, those are the sorts of things that I would think about in a situation like this. I do know that Taiwan has an interest in the Comox Valley through the individual you mentioned. Their consulate's been over here on a number of occasions, and there's been public presentations. So so whether there's business interests, investment interests, I really don't know. But those would just be some of the things that I would do as a scan if I was making the decision. My understanding of a letter for receipt is that we're simply receiving the information. So, and I'm fine with that. Thanks.
Right. Thanks, Councillor Hillian, and I appreciate that. That was my first concern as well. So I did turn it over to staff to make sure what the best practice was in this kind of thing, and this was the result of that, is bringing it forward here. In terms of any kind of precedent, I can't speak to here, but I do know that the former mayor of Campbell River, as well as many other folks, again, through that connection, have made this trip in the past several times. So there is that kind of electoral thing. But Councillor Moore.
Oh, okay. Well, thanks. Well, that's new information as well. And I guess I'm just maybe a little bit paranoid after what Councillor Hillian just said, but I just feel like there's so many unanswered questions with what is the actual role, but yeah, I don't know. I'm a bit torn on it because it is, you know, it's not necessarily a big cost to us, but I also think if any of us are going on an international trip like that, there are expectations. Like, why are they paying for all these? I don't know who else going, but you know, what's the motivation behind that? What do they expect? And you know, it could be just around relationship building, but I'm sure that it's about more than that if they're paying all expenses. And I just would prefer to have more information and more preparation. And it sounds like we don't really have the time to do that. So.
Mm-hmm. No, I'll take that and I'll go back to them and just let them know just that. And if there's something that they want to pursue in the future, I'll just make sure that the time frame is a little bit longer, and well, when emails get to me, as you know, you'll get a response says that call or text me if I don't respond. That tool didn't work in this instance, but they do know to text me to make sure that I've received everything. So, Councillor McCollum, sorry. I was looking for the light and I couldn't see it. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, I wasn't gonna weigh in, but I feel like I have different thoughts on this, so I thought it would be useful to hear from both sides. It's unfortunate that the letter didn't come through on time. I appreciate that it's harder to make decisions about this stuff on a shorter timeline, but I understand the concerns around this, but to me, this is basically an invitation to have people from out of country come and attend their event, and they're you know, trying to raise their profile as an independent country that is like regularly under threat from a large. So it makes sense to me that they do spend their resources reaching out to people that they're trying, or leaders from countries that they're trying to maintain diplomatic relations with. I don't really see an issue here in accepting an invite to something that's called World Masters Games in Taipei. It sounds like that would be a enjoyable thing to attend. And if you're interested in going, I personally don't have a problem with it, and I don't really see a major risk to the city, and it's a very small ask. So that's where I'm at with this.
Thanks, Councillor McCollum, and Councillor Frisch.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I was gonna say something similar in that my understanding is that there is a dispute over their independence with the larger Chinese government, and for the same reasons, I could see why they would want to build some relationships. And I also don't have a problem with it. And when we're done with receipt, I'm happy to make a motion just endorsing you to travel if you wish.
All right, I'll accept receipt as unanimous unless somebody waves their hands in opposition. And Councillor Frisch.
Yeah, I'll just move that council endorse your attendance at this. Thank you very much. Council support Mayor Wells' attendance at the World Masters Games in May 2025 in Taipei, Taiwan, and that the City of Courtenay reimburse related incidental expenses in accordance with the council expense reimbursement policy.
Been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Councillor Jolicoeur.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I'm not going to be supporting the motion. I don't think that Courtenay tax dollars should be going to pay for incidentals. I think that we have a lot of work to do here in the Comox Valley. I really struggle with seeing the tie to this being a priority, both for your time, but also the tax dollars of Courtenay residents. So I won't be supporting this. Thanks.
Appreciate that. I don't see any further questions or comments. I'll just call the question. Oh, yeah. No, don't apologize. Councillor Moore.
Yeah, question. So incidentals that we're talking about, meals and taxis and stuff like that, like do we need a limit on that, or I don't know.
The council policy would be per diem
Yeah.
type thing. So we have those kind of.
And it's 4 days, it sounds like, right?
Yeah.
I think that's what it says in the letter. Okay.
Yes. Yeah, no, fair enough. And again, and again, just for context, if I hadn't had that meeting with the Minister of Tourism, it probably wouldn't have been top of mind. And with the tariffs that are looming in building stuff, it seemed well, I felt a bit compelled to bring it to council just because they'd made the offer, and I had earlier said that it would be something that I would contemplate. So, Councillor Frisch.
Yeah, I mean, I'll simply highlight some experience I've had through my education. I did some work in economic development with Mexico when I was in university, a college actually here on the North Island. And at this time, politically, I think it would be of great benefit to build ties with countries like this. I don't think you're going to go in there and change the world, but at the same time, every positive thing helps, and that's there's probably a massive market there for things in the Comox Valley, and I think it would be quite useful to hear back from you about what you've learned, what opportunities there are. So I'd really like to see you go if that's something you want to spend your time on, and I would not want to infringe on your ability to determine as mayor what's relevant and not relevant for you. I was not elected mayor, and so I can't really make that decision for you.
Right, I appreciate the comment. Okay, with that, I'm going to call the question. All those in favor? And those opposed? Councillor Jolicoeur is opposed. Thanks for council contemplating this. Again, my apologies. I know it's a long night here, but we'll move on to item 6.3, the letter from Mike Atkins, Comox Valley Airport Commission. All right, any questions or comments on the recommendation? Seeing none, all those in favor? Any opposed? And motion carries. And we'll move on to internal reports, and we'll move into the 2025 pedestrian cycling and pavement renewal program. And I'll pass it over to Mr. Garber.
Yeah, thanks. Through the mayor to council. Council's familiar with us providing an overview of where we're headed on this important asset management program that's been since some recent discussions morphed into it's not just paving. If we're talking about it's not just a bridge, and it's about all modes of transportation, including enhancements for pedestrian safety and effectively managing our assets in a holistic manner. I'm not sure if Mr. Shaw is going to go into details or if he's available for questions for council. The report is very clear on where we're working in 2025.
Mr. Shaw.
Yeah, thank you. Through the mayor to members of council, I'm pleased to go through it and I'm pleased to just take questions as we come. I'm appreciative of time and I recognize that I've had a lot of mic time tonight. So I've got two briefing notes, both articulating our future plans for capital works with respect to pavement, cycling and pedestrian renewal programs. The subsequent briefing note to follow will be specifically around the cycling network active transportation or cycling network plan improvements around the city in collaboration with the 5-year plan that has been contemplated and put forth in front of council many times over. So with that, I'm happy to take any questions.
Fantastic. Thanks. Councillor Frisch.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. And I brought this to your attention earlier on that I just noticed a section of roadway that you had that we had and staff had worked at putting a bicycle lane on Cumberland Road in front of Mr. J's Pizza. If anyone's familiar with the area, there's a building there that's extremely close to the roadway. And I ride it from time to time and notice that it's a big conflict area. And it doesn't, I don't think, have any of that fancy green paint. And so I made the suggestion that maybe that's an upgrade we could do in that area in conjunction with this program, seeing that it's a high conflict area without a lot of space. And so if you want to comment, you can, but I just wanted to share that with everyone.
Yeah, thank you. Through the mayor to Councillor Frisch. It was a great point. Appreciate the heads up on that. And I'd just like to articulate really that as we do our pavement renewal program and we do the implementation of our cycling network plan, we do the longitudinal line work in paint rather than a transverse thermoplastic or an MMA type product that's more robust in the first year of its iteration so that we can have time to live with it to ensure that it's exactly what we anticipated, what we designed and how people are using it is in the most effective. Until then, when we come back the next year over, correct those deficiencies or enhance those items that we receive feedback from the public, information from yourselves and the Cycling Coalition alike to bring it to its finality and permanency within our maintenance program. And I would like to highlight that staff meet with the Cycling Coalition on a regular basis. Actually, Matthew Brown, Manager of Transportation Services, will be doing a presentation on the cycling network plan tomorrow on their annual meeting. So,
Thanks. And Councillor Jolicoeur.
Thanks, Mayor. And thanks for the report. So on the map, which is Appendix 1, page 3 of the staff report, Cumberland Road meeting Fitzgerald is highlighted right before westbound. And then 8th Ave from England down to Cliff. Is there a reason why you're not connecting those two? Or is it because, and I should probably know this, but I don't think there's parking there. Is that why?
there is, but that's, yeah. Thank you. Through the mayor to Councillor Jolicoeur. It's a great pickup. It's intentionally left out of the capital program, anticipating the enhancements that will happen with the BC Transit Exchange and the improvements in the corridor. So there's going to be a few augmentations to the road, to the curbs to facilitate transit movement. So we anticipate coming back in 2027 and finishing that road corridor after they're done their work.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks, Councillor Jolicoeur and Councillor Hillian.
Thanks, Mayor. I'm recalling in bygone eras, a list would come forward of all the roads that needed repair, and there'd be all sorts of jostling at the council table about how they would get prioritized. So I'm just curious. There's only 5 roads here, but you say in the paragraph following that based on budget and timing, additional local roads can be included as paving projects. Do you have a list of those additional roads and what order they're in? And
Sure.
Might we find that out?
Sure. Sure, thank you. Through the mayor to Councillor Hillian, it's a great question. And it's one that we wanted to point out. We estimate annually the amount of aggregate time and materials it's going to take to do the work that we project. We understand that we have a capital program that's been granted to us by council on an annual basis. We want to optimize the usage of that total funding. So where we estimate that this is the amount of work that we can do if we are effective and efficient at the delivery of that and the material charges actually are lessened and we create available space within that capital threshold, we will go on to the next areas of interest that were in the renewal program and start to attack those within this fiscal as well to try and make the best use of those funds. With respect to a specific listing, I'll offer that this listing that we have in front of you today is coming to the end of its 5-year venture. And so I've actually asked staff this year to work on preparing a new 5-year capital plan that would be an extension of this. And we'll bring that forward back to council to articulate the forward focus. I'll close with our focus thus far has shifted from locals to arterials, residential collectors, and high traffic areas to bring and create synergies within some of the other plans, and then commingle those works with opportunities for enhancement of other projects that include the cycling network plan and pedestrian improvements, so that we get the best value for the expense.
Okay, and we can assume that that the ongoing repair of potholes in areas like Cousins that are heavily used and heavily complained about will get their due share of attention in spite of not being totally repaved.
That's correct. Anticipating our partners in engineering, bringing forth the fulsome design and the capital project for that. In anticipation of that occurring, we still actively deploy staff to those areas, understanding those particular roads are at the end of their useful life. And through inclement weather, they often deteriorate quite quickly, even though we are actively repairing those potholes. So by all means, if individuals are concerned about a particular area, always encourage them to contact operations. We're not always aware of everything that's out there. We try to be as aware as a staff group as a whole, but the more information we can collect through our calls for services, the more opportunistic we can be in our response.
So thanks, Councillor Hillian. I don't see any further questions or comments. So okay, excellent. So receipt is moved. Sorry, I'll call a question. All those in favor? And any opposed? And motion carries. And we'll move into the Cycling Network Plan 2025 implementation, and we'll give it back to Mr. Shaw.
Thank you again, through the mayor, to members of council. Again, this is an update on our 5-year implementation plan. With respect to the cycling network plan, you'll see some commonalities within this, respectively, as the grind and pave or the pedestrian cycling and pavement renewal program comes to fruition over headquarters and Vanier Road. As those overlay improvements transpire, the active transportation aspects will be attributed to those as well. Those active transportation aspects also include some crossing enhancements in front of Vanier with a new crosswalk in that particular location to get students across headquarters road with an RRFB, or a rapid rectangular flashing beacon, as well as cycling lanes both down Vanier and headquarters, with the addition of some flexible delineators in particular areas of conflict, recognizing there's a high degree of use in that particular area in the summer months for the farmers market. We want to ensure that those cycling facilities are maintained and that there's no on-street parking within those particular quarters during that time frame. Other area this year, there's a bit of a those two were layovers from last year. There's still a little bit of work to in terms of design, but then we're moving within the plan, as articulated in the plan, into the Crown Isle area, creating the bike lanes in the Crown Isle Boulevard area, and through the industrial park, crossing Ryan Road, working the Ministry of Transportation, and that commercial corridor, doing dedicated bike lanes there, and then getting into bike ways with just the bike symbols as you get into the community aspect. But that will bring forth a fulsome connection on the east side of Courtenay.
Councillor Frisch.
You're really excited about all the pieces of this, and especially the pedestrian side. Glad to see we're still pushing ahead on all those pieces. I noticed there's one pedestrian bridge design. I'm not sure if I'm fully up on what that is, and maybe I missed it in the report.
Yeah, great. We're working with staff, and so again, out of the CNP, the Cycling Network Plan 5-year implementation plan, there was some monies dedicated within the implementation strategy to do design and put things in play that they are in a much better place in terms of application to BCAT. And the location of that was starred on that map, and that's the Arden to Embleton, crossing over into First. So that's the pedestrian access across the creek in that particular area that will connect cycling transportation, as well as facilitate safe passage, whereby that particular property owner has reestablished their boundaries and cut off some of the connectivity within the park setting, and that'll enable safe and active transportation across that important watershed.
Yeah, I'm sorry I missed it. And just to clarify, that's connecting Arden to Arden, in fact.
Correct.
Awesome. Okay, thanks for that.
Yeah.
Thanks, Councillor Frisch. And I don't know if anybody's moved receipt yet. Okay, it's been moved and seconded. All those in favor? And motion carries. Excellent. And we'll move into the notice of motion. Councillor Cole Hamilton, not sure we need to read it off. Oh, because it's not even on a notice of motion? Okay. So we're good. We're just getting just a double check, make sure we're following all the. All right, hopefully you've had a glass of water, Councillor Cole Hamilton.
All right. So whereas the Federation of Canadian Municipalities, FCM, represents the interests of member municipalities on policy and program matters that fall within federal jurisdiction, and whereas FCM's board of directors is comprised of elected municipal officials from all regions and sizes of communities to form a broad base of support and provide FCM with the united voice required to carry the municipal message to the federal government. And whereas FCM's annual general meeting, AGM, will be held in conjunction with the annual conference and trade show, May 29th to June 1st, 2025, followed by the election of FCM's board of directors. And be it further resolved, sorry, where I am. Okay, thanks. Whereas the UBCM FCM Small Communities Travel Fund covers airfare, hotel accommodation, and ground transportation expenses related to attending FCM board and standing committee meetings other than the annual conference and trade show. Therefore, be it resolved that the Council of the City of Courtenay endorse Councillor Will Cole Hamilton to stand for re-election on FCM's board of directors for the period starting May 2025 and ending June 2027. And be it further resolved that the city assumes all costs associated with Councillor Will Cole Hamilton attending FCM's board of directors meetings that are not covered by the UBCM FCM Small Communities Travel Fund.
All right, thanks for reading that off for us and following the rules. And with that, we'll move on to bylaws for first, second, and third readings. The first one is 9.1.1 Traffic Regulation Amendment Bylaw 3172, 2025. And I'll be passing it back over to Mr. Shaw.
So good, thank you. Through the mayor, to members of council, this is my last report, so I appreciate the time that you have given me to discuss many of these important items with you. This is a bit of a housekeeping item, but I wanted to really front end it with a bit of a report and just a bit of context to why we're here. As council has provided direction to staff to implement the 40-kilometer speed reduction across the community. Staff are doing so in an effective and efficient manner, and we're hoping to expedite some of those works and get them done ahead of schedule and under budget. I sound like Mr. Davidson as I say that, and I'm hoping that will all come to fruition. We'll provide an update as to where we actually land in the overall execution, but in terms of the servability of this bylaw amendment, it's really to include a map that articulates the specific areas of which the 40K has been reduced within the community. And this really comes in from understanding where case law has landed as these particular items go through into the courts, knowing that the Motor Vehicle Act allows municipalities to do this. One of the outcomes is that specifically it needs to be articulated within your bylaw, the areas and the roads that are specifically reduced within speed reduction. And so this is, as the province has kind of stepped away from the pilot program and provided the ability for municipalities to just go out and do this. This is one of those outcomes. And so this will get us to that place of true enforceability when it comes to the 40K speed reduction. So it's an addition of a map. I'm happy to take any questions.
All right, Councillor Schumacher.
Yeah, not really any questions, just commentary. Really excited to see this coming through, and the map I think is useful. Do we have anything fun planned around announcing this and engaging the community? And this really came from the grassroots over the years of community saying traffic and traffic issues is a big priority. So wondering if we have any cool social media planned or any kind of things to encourage people to shift their behavior.
Thank you. Through the mayor and Councilor Jolicoeur, I appreciate that opportunity to provide feedback on that. I think celebrating our successes is very important, so I appreciate that. And given that we will likely be ahead of schedule and under budget, there'll be some opportunity to use some of the funding to promote and educate and further continue to encourage our community to endorse these traffic improvements within our community. So absolutely. And I'm sure staff are taking notes, and we'll look forward to bringing something in terms of a celebratory opportunity towards the end of this summer months.
So thanks for that. And Councillor Frisch.
Thanks, Mayor. I also wanted to make just a comment, or actually you could comment on it back if you like. I'm in favor of safer streets and more comfortable situations for the community, pedestrians, cyclists, and so on. I'm really in favor of design that creates that environment. It creates the desire for drivers to drive slower, the indicators that make you slow down. I think Fifth Street is the perfect example where I think we all drive down there quite slowly when it's busy, when cars are parked everywhere. When it's quieter at night, we probably drive a little bit faster, but it's always just as safe. And so just that mentality, I think, is really valuable to keep in mind because sometimes it is a little bit annoying to drive down a street at 40 kilometers an hour with nothing going on. It can seem extremely slow. Other times it's absolutely necessary. So I just wanted to put that perspective in there. I'll still endorse this plan. But looking forward to see more design ideas to make that a reality instead of simply a sign that sometimes doesn't make a ton of sense. So, thanks.
Mr. Corbett.
Thank you through the mayor to Councillor Frisch. Thank you for the question. Our development services group is actually bringing forward new cross sections and you've highlighted the reason why we have to do retroactive issues like this. A sign does not make people drive slow, for sure. And the only way that there's a consequence for driving slower is a ticket. So the physical design of those roads, you will be seeing a new section in the hopefully soon to be approved new phases in Crown Isle, both on Crown Isle 2.0 at longer term and through other areas. So we are doing that. That is coming, and the whole idea is to try and design to not have these problems. We wouldn't have to do traffic calming if we didn't have uncalm traffic in the first place. So just really thanks for that endorsement. But as we develop and do things, we don't have to turn our minds backwards. So it's coming.
Thanks for that. Really appreciate it. Councillor McCullough.
Yeah, thanks for bringing this forward to council. I think we're moving in a really good direction on this. And, you know, part of constraining where people can drive fast and slow is also about just shifting people's expectation and driving culture around, you know, how we get around our community and keep pedestrians and all road users safe and other drivers for that matter. This is maybe just ever so slightly off topic. I'm supportive of what's laid out here, but something that occurred to me in looking at this map, and it occurs to me every time I drive down Lerwick that our speed limit along there is 60. And as I used to find that 60 along there didn't really surprise me, and now I don't know if it's that it's busier or that I'm used to driving around town a bit slower. But 60, and a lot of people, of course, do 70 when the speed limit is 60, seems incredibly fast to me. And it intersects with Ryan Road, which I think is the most dangerous intersection in town. You could correct me if I'm wrong, but I know we've had at least one fatality there. So I guess this is a long-winded question as to whether or not we're considering reducing the speed along there to 50 like it is on Cliff and most of our other main roads.
Yeah, thank you for the question. Through the mayor to Councillor McCollum, it's a great question. I think historically speaking, you are correct in that that particular intersection has identified itself as to be the most critical in terms of need of enhancement with respect to causation and incident through ICBC data. There has been quite a significant improvement. Protected left turns, left turn was the most significant issue as a result. And so the Minister of Transportation and Transit has made those changes. And I think some of the data that's coming out of that intersection now is a lot better. So we're hoping to see that it continues to maintain that idea of improvement. The idea of speeds on those particular corridors and that being a major arterial is, and keeping them or respecting them at 60 is important in terms of the overall movement of traffic within our community as a whole. When we start to converge our major or minor arterial corridors with a speed that's comparable to that of our collectors or our local roads, the locals and collectors become as efficient as our majors and our minor arterials. And we're trying to disincentivize rat running or people using our local residential streets as avenues for commuting and maintaining those commuter traffic pieces on those arterials. And that's why they do have the signals, the higher speeds, and the continuity of traffic and traffic movement. And I think along the way through design, as Councillor Frisch articulated, we want to make sure that we measure that with a response equal to the speeds that are anticipated on those corridors with the multimodal and active transportation that we do. And we focus the effort of those designs to be in the protected format, again, to maintain the continuity and fluid movement of transport through our community, but the protection of pedestrians and cyclists to utilize those corridors equally as well and as efficient.
Yeah, that's a good answer and certainly something to think about, that, yeah, where do you push traffic when you make changes? I guess one of the challenges that we have with Lerwick is that it's really the only kind of straight through road on that side of town. So there's not a lot of alternate options for other road users. And, you know, it's something we've been challenged with, and I don't know if we've really come up with a solution to it that isn't out of reach in terms of cost. So I don't know what the answer is, but I appreciate your perspective on why the 60 kilometers an hour is here to stay for now.
Thanks. I will offer just in close to that, the Lerwick is contemplated in the CMP in terms of a design. So it is recognized that there isn't just an off-the-shelf solution that would be afforded to that particular corridor, just given the complexities and the school frontages and all of that. And with the master transportation plan coming back to fruition, there's the understanding of the build out of that corridor and the additional roadway that's required in front of the school frontage. And then there's also consultation and conversation that needs to occur through that process as to what that corridor looks like throughout the fulsomeness of that corridor as it enters into Comox, knowing that the town is not expanding potentially their road into 4-lane. And so the convergence, how best to use that space as we get past the Valley View area down stream into the Comox area.
Thanks very much. And Councillor Cole Hamilton.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. And thanks for this, Kyle. Last report. Sit down soon. I thought it was interesting in the report that people felt a significant increase in the feeling of safety. It was like, what, 38 to 46%, I believe. But there was a markedly less noticeable decline in actual speeds, 2 to 7%, which is a fairly wide range, and it starts at a fairly low number. What can you help me understand how those two things fit together and whether we're still achieving what we're trying to achieve if those are the speed reductions we're seeing?
Yeah, thank you. Through the mayor to Councillor Cole Hamilton. It's a good point. It is a good point of analytics within the data. And it really is about the perception and the perceived feeling that someone gets by either walking, cycling, or actually driving on a road that has a reduced speed. And so there is an inherent feeling of safety knowing that the legality of the road and the restrictions suggest that there should be people traveling at 40. And what we know broadly speaking is that most people want to follow the rules. And so we anticipate that that immediately there's a feeling of relief, that there's an acknowledgement of things being done, and that the growth rate is over time in terms of those individuals that become compliant over time. So it takes time for people to realize that change and to emulate those activities within the confines of which we portray the use of that particular road corridor. So it's I appreciate, and I don't necessarily, maybe that wasn't the most succinct answer, but they really do come together over time. And it's a bit of, we have to realize those successes and change and illustrate that change management. And it comes over time. And it's just like anything else. I think any one of us, if we're driving down a road who have been drivers for quite some time, you can drive 50 kilometers almost unconsciously because you know visually what that looks like. And we're trying to retrain everyone now to drive 40 as the norm. And so that will come with time, especially as we have new drivers coming into the world. That will be their new norm, which will be great to see in the future.
Can I just a quick follow-up if that's all right? So can I extrapolate from what you're saying that generally when speed reductions occur, you see a continuation in the reduction year after year for some time. So it's not like it all happens in 12 months and that's all you're going to get from the reduction. It's something that builds as people have that awareness.
Absolutely. That's why we're continuing to study the impacts of the 40K within the Crown Isle zone, knowing that particular zone has had speed reductions for the greatest amount of time. We want to continue to build that data set to that realization. The first year out, as you recall, most individuals were quite satisfied with it, but the actual speed reduction was minor. I think it was between 2 to 5 kilometers per hour in terms of actual realized reduction. And we're hoping to continue to build on that and get that 85th percentile number now closer to the 40 kilometers an hour. It was 53, it dropped to 49 year one, and we're hoping to see that continue to decline to 47 to 45 to 43 over time.
Okay, well, it's encouraging to know that's generally the way these things operate. We can expect future gains in terms of speed reduction. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Cole Hamilton. And we've been moved and seconded, so I'll move into the question. All those in favor? Any opposed? And the motion carries. And we'll move on to first reading for Downtown Courtenay Revitalization Tax Exemption Amendment Bylaw. And Ms. Wade.
Through the mayor to council. Ms. Garthard is going to present a brief summary of the report before you. As you are aware, council directed us to provide some clarifications on the downtown business, downtown Courtenay revitalization tax. And I'll turn this over to Ms. Garthard to summarize it.
Yeah, thank you. Good evening. So the report before you and the proposed bylaw amendments to the Downtown Courtenay Revitalization Tax Exemption Bylaw respond to a September 2024 council resolution to have staff make changes to that bylaw in order to allow for projects currently under construction to be eligible for tax exemption. The current bylaw is worded to suggest that a revitalization tax exemption or RTE application may only be received and approved prior to construction taking place. However, there are parts of the bylaw that are also worded to suggest that unconstructed portions of in-stream construction could be eligible. And so interpretation clarity is required and requested. The report outlines the number of detailed changes to the bylaw in order to make clear that in-stream construction may be eligible for exemption. And there's 3 key changes I'll just summarize here. One is requirement for a quantity surveyor's report as part of the application in all instances. This is important for applications of projects under construction because it allows the tax exemption formula and total amount to be accurately based on only the future completed works from time of application. But this report is also valuable for projects that apply prior to construction as it provides more accurate information on the expected tax forgiveness to be expected, which currently staff estimate based on comparable examples in similar property classes. The second change is allowing also for RTE applications to be accepted prior to a development permit with sufficient application materials, whereas currently they're to be applied for concurrent to a building permit, which is often after a development permit's being issued. And then finally, another recommended change is to provide clarity that an RTE application is not eligible after occupancy permit has been issued, as the intent of the RTE is to proactively incentivize active projects and support their viability. I'll note that the RTE bylaw, as well as other incentives for development in accordance with the OCP, will be reviewed in more detail through the Downtown Vitalization Local Area Plan process. So this topic will come before council again at a future date.
All right. Councillor Frisch.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. So just trying to get a hold on this bylaw because my sense was, yes, it was a little out of line with what we had intended in the first place. I want to say 8 years ago, quite a while ago, but also that maybe its time is running out. In fact, there's a lot of desire to develop in our downtown, and maybe a phase out plan might in fact be wiser for this. We're seeing obviously a huge demand on taxes right now. And a building to not have taxation for 5 years feels a bit rich for me in the long term. And so, I don't want to slow down things too much, but I don't know if there's a rush on the whole thing. Wondering what staff's thoughts are on moving ahead with phasing this out over the next, 5 or 8 years, or I don't know, something, at some point.
Ms. Wade.
Through the mayor to Councillor Fish, thank you for that question. This is something we're going to consider in the downtown vitalization local area plan as we look at the development and some tools to how we promote our downtown. So we will be looking at that as part of that discussion and come back with some recommendations on that.
Excellent, thank you.
And thanks, Councillor Frisch. I don't see any further questions or comments. It's been moved and seconded. I'll call the question. All those in favor? Any opposed? And motion carries. And we'll move on to 9.3.1, the SHMOO. Excellent. I can't see the last name. Sorry. There we go. Michelle.
Thank you, and Mayor to Council. Before you this evening is a staff report presenting both responses from our engagement process and 2 amending bylaws, one for our official community plan and one for our zoning bylaw.
If you put your microphone down, it'll just be a little bit louder.
The intent of these are in response to the provincial direction for the implementation of small-scale multi-unit housing. The approach in the drafting of these bylaws was to seek a balance between the requirements for streamlining development permitting, as well as continuing to meet the needs of the community as outlined in our official community plan. This was in part achieved by retaining the overarching objectives already established in the 2 development permit areas for form and character. This includes things like high quality building, attention to siting, access, safety, heritage, and sustainability factors. What has changed with the development permit areas is for development permit area 1. This now applies to 5 or more dwelling units. This is a shift from 3 or more. And it's also being now referred to as our large scale development permit area. Development permit area 2 is intentionally designed to align closely with the small scale multi-unit housing and is therefore named. This development permit area no longer applies to single family dwellings, accessory dwelling units, and duplexes. It also continues to be consistent with the objectives I already stated. There are some additional items regarding housekeeping to ensure that the language in both the development permit areas were more flexible to encourage more creative building design. And with respect to the engagement process, that was directed to proceed through council motion. The engagement, some key highlights from that we heard a few key things. One was that the community still supported the retention of the development permit areas for form and character. They still valued those tools. Another important one is while they acknowledge that there are a number of factors that impact building in general, there's still a significant value in terms of streamlining development permitting processes, which we're doing here. And the third one was, did we get it right? What we heard is that we did strike a good balance in these draftings that is neither too rigid or too flexible. So with that, I will conclude and open it to questions. Thank you.
Excellent. Thanks so much. Appreciate that. And I've now noticed that your name is actually on the screen. So my apologies for asking you to turn your name tag there. Councillor Frisch.
Thanks again, Mayor. And just one question about the 40 houses area. Can you just explain to me what changes, what these changes will make for that neighborhood and its ability to redevelop? Does that make sense? It looks like you're taking some language out about being single story and there's some other language in there. And my understanding was that those houses were somewhat protected, but is that perhaps changing?
Ms. Wade.
Through the mayor to Councillor Fish, thanks for bringing that up. As we move through the update for the official community plan, we'll be looking at these areas that have been noted as historic areas. Currently, they are not in a historic conservation area and as such don't align with legislation. There is legislation that if they were a heritage conservation area, then a heritage alteration permit would apply to it. And those are the kind of tools that would be utilized with the heritage piece that we'd be looking at in the update for the official community plan.
And so is there going to be a change to the people's ability to develop their houses in that area?
And so in regards to that, I'll let Jamae answer that for you.
And thank you to the counselor. If I can reframe that, what I'm hearing is asking the question, are there any further restraints from enabling people to develop in those distinct areas of our community?
I'm actually asking if we are removing restraints with the changes.
In the one respect that they would no longer require a development permit area for the three typologies I mentioned, the single family, the accessory development unit, and the duplexes. The development permit areas still retain the acknowledgement that there are heritage values associated with those distinct neighborhoods as they've previously been identified in the development permit area, so that hasn't changed, as well as the overall objective acknowledging those particular features. That has not changed. What we're proposing is, as written with the current statute, there was an interpretation of the legislation that actually would exceed beyond what a development permit area is permitted to do. What we're proposing is still acknowledging that value of making sure that we're using the appropriate planning tool in which that can be addressed. And that would be through a separate bylaw or a separate section in the OCP. So as the amendments go with these development permit areas, there hasn't been anything, in my opinion, that is lost that would impede or impact in a negative way the heritage value of those areas as perceived by our community and the people living there. It just does mean that they would have the same opportunities or the same abilities not to be subject to the development permit area application process for those specific type of typologies.
Okay, well, thank you for that.
Thanks, Councillor Frisch and Councillor Hillian. Oh, sorry, Jolicoeur, sorry.
Thanks, Mayor. And thanks for the presentation. I wanted to just spend a little time talking about the What We Heard report, quite extensive in the analysis. And I would say probably medium uptake in both the public surveys of open house, but looked like a lot from the development community, which was, I think, positive turnout. So I'm just wondering if you can kind of highlight some of the things that you might be able to identify, whether through this process or through other processes, that we will be able to address. I think both the public and the developers group highlighted some similar themes. And so I do think there's probably likely some good information gathered through this process. I know the process is specifically about SHMU, but wondering if staff can speak to how this might inform general work that we can do with both the public but also the development community.
Just to clarify the question, acknowledging the work that's gone into the What We Heard report, and the question being, is there any other ways that this information beyond the development permit areas could be incorporated into our thoughts, our processings as we continue to move forward?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. Awesome. I really enjoyed this question, so thank you for asking it. I also want to acknowledge this was a different tool. We used the Engage Comex Valley engagement platform for this survey. So this is the first opportunity we've had to use that. So there was some learning along the way. So that's why you saw in this report two key elements. One was that matrix to show how much activity was going to that web page, which is actually, in my opinion and experience of these things, actually quite a really good response, a strong response for a relatively small project in giving its duration. Another thing that we noted through this experience has highlighted in the report is staff actually had to go back to the raw data and do a deeper dive analysis so that we could better understand the different kind of categories that people self-identified as. And I think you mentioned it there, whether they were homeowners, whether they were builders, developers. So that was intentionally included in this survey because each of those user groups or respondents groups, they can and likely will respond in a different way, which I think is useful information as we continue to move forward in developing and better understanding our processes. So we're continuing to work on ways to streamline not just this particular process, but throughout the full application. So I think some of this information could be incorporated in that way. So I can give you an example of that. We heard there could be some maybe opportunities for better promoting what is a development permit area. We know that we're working with communications right now in the update of our webpage. So I think there's some opportunities here to reflect on this and see how our language can be clearer in terms of how we're communicating with the public. Because we did notice in one of the questions here, maybe there was not such a strong understanding of what a development permit is if you've never gone through that process yourself. So that might be one takeaway. And if I may kind of turn things back towards you, was there anything as a question here that particularly stood out strongly for you?
Yeah, thanks. Time and money seem to be the theme in what I'm seeing both from the public, but from the developer group. That was, I think, two of the highest scored. Unsurprising, the developer group scored 4s and 5s, I think, for some of those questions, which I think most of us on council have heard from those folks. So I wasn't necessarily surprised, but I think I was a little surprised to see that the public also had shared some similar themes. And so I'm wondering if you could speak to those two pieces. And the costs, I understand, is quite complicated because there's city costs, but there's also market costs and costs of the banks and all that. So yeah, curious your thoughts on how we might be able to address some of that.
To the councillor, to the mayor, yes, that theme was strong throughout. We've heard that at a number of meetings with developers as part of this project and outside of that. I think that will be a constant. But it's also a thing to always take into account. So particularly on the survey question number 3, which was trying to drill down at that, is where I was asking about what are the barriers to small scale multi-unit housing.
Yes.
We're already aware of that, that building smaller units can actually be more expensive. One of the developers explained to me that if you're building only 1 or 2 of those units, well, you can't exactly bulk buy all your finishings and appliances, etc. So there can be actually more potentially costs for building smaller. So that is something that has been identified to us and was something that we learned through this process. That also kind of looking at it from our perspective and things that are within our control, within our department, to me highlighted the importance of making sure that we are, streamlining our process because those also contribute to the time and money factor that we spoke about. So that's how I would use that type of information, is saying, the track that we're on and try and identify opportunities to further streamline our processes and to provide ways that staff can support applicants, such as our pre-application meetings. Those are very valuable components of the work that we're doing, and basically don't take the foot off the gas. We need to keep working on that.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Jolicoeur and Councillor Hillian.
Thanks, Mayor. Lots of work involved in this, and my hat's off to staff. I was actually one of the 10 people who showed up at the open house. I'm not sure if I was counted or not, but I honestly felt kind of sorry for staff given all the work that went into it. But what I'm curious about is, do we still have any active residents associations, particularly the Old Orchard area, or have they kind of gone defunct?
It's hot potato. Ms. Wade.
Yeah, no, we do not.
Right. To me, there's a bit of a byproduct here of the engagement that we're seeking on this and in other areas, in that we've had at least that residents association in the past. We don't appear to have any now. Occasionally, we get residents that coalesce around issues, and they get organized and somebody speaks on their behalf. But I think this community is actually stronger if we do have residents associations, and we might give some thought in the future to finding ways to encourage that level of engagement. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Hillian and Mr. Garvin.
Yeah, thank you through the chair, or sorry, through the mayor to extend the conversation, but just reminding council that, you know, we have a communication strategy. We've heard from residents about ways to communicate with them. And then when we actually go and hear when the engagement strategy that our director has referenced, you know, these are ways to try and open spaces up. Council has talked during our strategic planning items about such things as resident associations and the like. And then I would also point out that if you refer back to the community development framework, this is some work that we're trying to do to encourage kind of that sort of stuff, not from a we're to try and encourage that kind of stuff. There are ways that resident associations that you may have spoken to just were sort of coalescing around negative issues, but this is a proactive range. So we are doing as per council strategic direction, we are doing quite a work on that, but it is an interesting observation that those groups that were once active are not. But hopefully those initiatives will help us engage and get our message out, but also that community development framework gives us some guidance.
Unfortunately, the time for engagement was before, during council meetings. It's for the people around the table. But if you want to speak to us after the meeting, we will be here after the meeting. But if you're going to continue to speak, you'll have to leave. Okay? But we'll give you time, but just not during a meeting. Okay, would you mind leaving, and you can contact the city, and I'm happy to meet with you in the future. Okay? All right. All right, that's for receipt of the report. Any question? We've had lots of questions and comments. All those in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. Thanks for that. And we'll move on to recommendation 2. Oh. Okay, recommendation number 2. Councillor Frisch and Councillor Cole-Hamilton. And we've had good conversations. All those in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. And we'll move on to recommendation 3. All right, and all those in favor? Any opposed? And motion carries. And we'll move on to 9.3.2, regulate short-term rental accommodations. Sorry, I was just writing down the thing. Ms. Wade.
Thank you to Mayor and Council. As you recall, we came before you in April 2024 when Bill 35 was introduced in late October to come forward with a report as to some possible recommendations on how we move forward with the short-term rental accommodation and how we might align with Bill 35. With that report, council did direct staff to go and prepare bylaws to amend the zoning bylaw, the business licensing bylaw, and the municipal ticketing bylaw. Since that time, staff has had the ability to actually consult with our neighbors at Comox and Cumberland and check into other areas in the island in regards to how people were proceeding forward with the short-term rental and how they were going to opt in or if they were opting out. What we have discovered is that our neighbors are rather aligned with what we were proposing. And since the 2024 report, we have further refined some of our recommendations. And I'd like to highlight some of those for you. In the 2024 report, we had been talking to having stays up to 27 days. The provincial legislation allows for up to 90 days. We heard some of the comments that council had made in regards to the 27 versus the 90. We also consulted with our neighbors. They are utilizing the up to 90 days, and we understand that this would be a good approach into accommodating locums and other short-term stays. So staff is recommending to move forward with stays up to 90 days. The other thing is that because we are a community of 10,000 people and our vacancy rate is less than 3%. What has happened is the provincial government gives us a mandate that we must do the principal residence on the site and have the principal resident has to be there and own that for the majority of the time of this, they live there. So somebody could go away for 3 months, but if they come, they have to have that resident as their permanent resident for up to, for the majority of the year. So we've moved forward with that definition, and we are aligned with also Comox in regards to that as well. And we think it's important to be aligned with our neighbors because of our proximity and how this is going to roll out within the larger community. So we're making the recommendation that you must be a principal resident. You can only have one short-term rental on the property. We have also reduced it from all residential to a form of housing. So we're going to recommending the single residential dwelling, a duplex, and a secondary suite. So you could have those 3 forms, but you can only have one as a short-term rental, only one. And then you also have to have 1 parking stall, and that is actually just a little bit tighter than what we came forward with in the April 2024. So we restricted it a bit, and we've done that because we've had our housing needs assessment update where we are cognizant of what impacts short-term rentals could have on our rental supply. There's been some very positive reports done in regards to indicating when short-term rental regulations come into be, they're having a positive impact on actually the units returning to long-term rental, and also bringing the ones that we know that are not legal into line as well. I also wanted to note that in regards to the May 1st deadline, which I think some of council has heard about, is that the May 1st deadline is for you to be registered with the provincial registry. We're one of several municipalities that will not quite make that May 1st deadline, and we're aware of that. As most municipalities have been very busy with Bill 44 and other regulations, it's taken a while. I'd like to acknowledge staff, and I'd like to acknowledge Nancy Gothard and Jacob Kramer, who have been working diligently on the research of this, and they reached out to the ministry, and the ministry is looking at this situation. And what the ministry is suggesting is that if somebody has a business license application submitted to us, they will hold that until such a time that the city considers the adoption of these regulations, and that will be good up until August the 1st of this year. So I just wanted to, because I know that there were some discussions around that and concerns, and I just wanted to highlight that staff has done the due diligence in reaching out to the ministry and understanding how this might roll out. And then finally, we have the recommendations with the business licensing is to actually have fees. We're recommending 300, and it's broken down into 150 for the business license and 150 for an offset for that would go towards the affordable housing reserve. That 300 is in line with Comox's rate at this time. And finally, what we're recommending is that we would come back to council in 3 years. And observe what is going on with our vacancy rental. And we've outlined a metric in the report for CMHC to utilize that and see what the impact is over 3 years, report back to council. If we want to make any revisions at that time, we can do so. But until we actually know what this impact is, we need a tincture of time to sort of analyze this. And with that, council is looking for the recommendation to move forward with the readings of the bylaws. And if council wants it even more restricted, we have given an option there for council to consider, which would restrict it strictly to the principal residence owners. It's hard to say this. The owner of the parcel of land's principal residence. And so that means if you're in a house or a secondary suite or an accessory dwelling unit, then you could rent that out while you are gone, but that's the only way. It would not be just a short-term rental. You have to actually live in the house, and then it's like the snowbird. So, and that's a more restrictive one, and that's what Victoria is using. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions, and I just wanted to acknowledge both Nancy Goddard and Jacob Kramer with all their hard work on this.
Awesome. Thanks for bringing this forward. Really appreciate the report, and I'll pass it over to Councillor Moore.
Great, thanks, Mayor. I'm sorry, I do admit that I'm fading a little bit, and you may have already mentioned this, but can somebody have a renter in the house? Like in their primary residence? Like, can they have, a renter instead of themselves? And then have the short-term rental separate?
So the way we've written the proposed bylaw is that it has to be the owner that is its owner
Okay,
residence, yes.
because I think we talked about that at some point. Okay, I'm not
Yeah.
I'm not completely out of it then. Okay,
Yeah.
thanks.
All right, thanks for that. And Councillor Jolicoeur.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I think this is a balanced approach, and I really hope as we go through this that we hear from folks, both positive and negative. I think this is the first time that we're doing it, and I appreciate that we're building in a review. Just in looking at the bylaw, so one of the attachments to the agenda on page 2, it speaks to adding part 20, which is the short-term rental accommodation. I have, I guess, a few questions, mostly on the on C, because we haven't spoken about that, and I had to read that twice. The daycare use permit. So I'm wondering if you can speak to the rationale behind that restriction. And that's my first question.
Through the mayor to Councillor Jericho, yes, we were looking at different uses, and staff is recommending that if you had a daycare that with a short-term rental, that's probably not the best compatible uses. So that's why there's some restrictions.
Okay. And just as a follow-up to that one, and then I'll get back in line, do we happen to know out of the 290-ish that this won't be an issue? Like, is there someone out there in Courtenay that has daycare and currently they're on Airbnb?
Through the mayor to Councillor Jericho, no, we're trying to be proactive.
Okay, thanks.
And I mean, also to be clear, anyone who's contacted me about this timeline, I've asked them, do you have a business license? And they don't, because it's not something they could have a business license around. So, you know, just to add a little bit of, I mean, we're saying it doesn't exist legally that we know of. So, Councillor Frisch.
Thanks, Mayor. To clarify the business license issue, can someone right now come to the city and say, I'd like a business license to make my Airbnb legal with the city?
Through the mayor to Councillor Fish, right now, no, it's not permitted. But if we move forward in this
With
process,
this legislation.
then we can communicate with the ministry about where we're going in the process.
And so for those that are trying to register with Airbnb, for instance, and being asked for a business license number, will they then have to stop that process? And Airbnb has obviously said they will kick people off the site that don't have a business license. What's that look like? Sorry.
Yeah, through the mayor to Councillor Fish. So what it is that they have to have a business license and they have to get on the registry with the province, because the province is actually doing the regulating and the enforcement. So what happens is that because we're in this process, we're in this transition, as council considers these bylaws and where we want to head with these regulations, the province is saying that if we're considering this, you can put an application in and we can hold it. And Comox is doing the same. It's hold that business license until we go through the process. And then what they'll do is say, once, if this is adopted and we get the bylaws adopted, then they'll honor when that business license has been submitted to the city. So it's like a holding pattern right now. So until we actually move forward with the short-term rental regulations and they're adopted, that's the piece that is stopping people from proceeding with their business license and then getting on the registry.
So are you saying there won't be a problem then for people that have current Airbnbs and want to continue, say, over the summer until this is resolved?
through the mayor to Councillor Fish, currently they're illegal in the city.
Right. Okay. May I continue or shall I exceed?
There's
I'll
a
just
few lights,
continue.
yeah.
She's doing something else. I wanted to ask a question about the $300 fee. So half of that's like 150 that you'd normally have for an intermunicipal business license, and the other 150 is for affordable housing, a contribution. Could that maybe be seen as a bit onerous for someone who's, you know, may only rent out their house for a small amount of time, or has that been contemplated? Yeah, I guess that's that was my thought on that more than a question. It seemed, yeah, like it's not as lucrative as people think, and so making the business license, that's like a yearly business license amount, I would assume. So it's $300 every year. Okay, I'll just hold off on my next question because it's the other people want to ask.
Thanks, Councillor Frisch and Councillor McCollum.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor, and want to appreciate staff for this report. I think it's something that both council and members of the community have been waiting on, and we've been tasked with an incredible amount of regulatory updates in this department over the last 2 years. So, yeah, just appreciate how many pieces there's been in getting in line with what's needed from the province. So I would say that the recommendations laid out here are very much in line with the balance I was hoping to strike with this issue, in that, you know, people should still have choices in how they use their homes, but there should be a recognition that we have policy that does encourage, you know, as many long-term rentals as possible. And I'm very much in agreement with an approach that has similar regulations and costs across the region. I think it's really important for the general community to have a fairly good sense around what the expectations are with short-term rentals on private property. And a lot of people are not even really quite clear, especially if they don't personally pay a property tax to their municipality, exactly where the boundaries are. So, and that, you know, housing is a regional issue. So I like where we've landed with this, and I think the 3-year review makes a lot of sense, and I hope that we would do that also in conjunction with our neighboring municipalities, at least having some dialogue around how it's working. And the only question I had, because we are basically lining up the cost, like the business licensing cost with our regular business license costs. And if there's an expectation that there would actually be any additional cost to the city compared to any of the other type of licensing we do in terms of regulations and just the cost of doing business in regulating these. If I know in some circumstances when we're doing a business license for a type of business that may need more city intervention, that we have increased it. And in this case, we're basically collecting an amount to recognize the affordable housing piece and then our regular licensing costs, and just.
Through the mayor to Councillor McCollum, thank you for that question. Yes, so right now I can tell you, in talking with our bylaw services, we've had no complaints over the last 2 years. So we don't know if there's going to be any requirements for enforcement or extra resources, but we can report back on that. The province, with their enforcement, is going to be doing a lot of the fines that they're doing. They have, through the regulation, we're going to adjudication in ticketing anyways. That's the plan. So that it limits sort of where we're at with how much we can charge for the offense. And what the province has done is they have given more leeway to cities to actually charge higher offenses if we so choose to do that. So there's some tools out there that we have, but until we actually move forward and understand what the complications will be with any bylaw services, but we can report back on that.
Okay, yeah, thanks for that answer. I think we're at a really rational starting place for implementing this, so I'm happy with the report and the recommendations listed.
Thanks, Councillor McCollum and Councillor Zolliker.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. That was actually one of my questions. So my last question was around number F in the additions. What, again, similar to my last question, what is the rationale? The way I read that, so F is short-term rental accommodation shall only be operated by the owner. And is that, I know that, traveling, that a lot of Airbnbs are managed by management companies. So the idea there is to restrict that so that the short-term rental is only managed by the owner. And yeah, my question is, what's the rationale for that?
Through the mayor to Councillor Jolcott, yes, this is one of the primary things that's laid out in the provincial regulations, is that it be the principal resident and owner of that property for the majority of the year. So that very different than having, say, a tourist accommodation or other forms of vacation rentals, I would say. It's being very specific to tie it to the actual owner of the property, and that is where that principal resident is majority of the year.
All right. Oh, no.
My
Councillor
apologies.
Hirsch.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask a question about the number of short-term rental units on a lot that are allowed. And it sounded like you were saying it's just one. But I wanted to clarify that the province is saying it could be, in fact, two. Is that right? So the province allows the principal residence, the home, plus one other, accessory dwelling unit. Is that correct?
Through the mayor to Councillor Fish, yes. And we went to be a little bit more restrictive so that you could, for the purposes of rental market, and you can just name where your short-term rental is. You could live in your house and you could have an ADU as a short-term rental, but you can only have one.
You can only have one short-term rental. It could be at a time, or could you, I don't know, if your ADU is empty, could you Airbnb your house if you went away, sort of thing? Is that, sort of splitting hairs, I suppose.
Yeah, so through the mayor to Councillor Fish, the idea is because we want to understand what the impact is on long-term rental. The goal is to have one short-term rental, and you can take your pick if it's your main house or a secondary suite or an ADU, and it's tied to the form, and one per unit, because the idea is to actually manage the number of short-term rentals so that we can see what's happening with the long-term rental supply. So that was the rationale.
Sounds good. And then not Airbnb, B&Bs, bed and breakfast versus short-term rentals. What are our bylaws going to look like? Will they be segregated? Is there in fact any reason to have bed and breakfasts even noted anymore? Could you clarify for me what we're doing there?
And through the mayor to Councillor Fish, yes, B&Bs are different. They're actually, somebody has to reside on there and they own the property. They have to serve a meal, breakfast, and have rooms. We're going to look further at our B&B because currently right now, the way we have it set up is it only allows for 2 units, and we're going to look at how we would expand that, because most B&Bs would allow for more rooms than that. So that's something we have to look at in our zoning bylaw housekeeping update.
Okay. Are people who rent out rooms through these short-term rental websites included in our bylaw? Like, I know people not in Courtenay actually, but they have a bedroom for rent, and so someone will come and stay for a few days in that bedroom. Is that contemplated in the short-term rental legislation, or from our perspective, bylaws?
Through the mayor to Councillor Fish. So I think what I'm hearing is if somebody has a 3-bedroom house, they're renting out a room, and somebody comes and does that. That's it would be more along the lines of a boarding, lodging kind of idea, where you would have to have a license, and that's permitted in some of our zoning.
I'm sorry, can I say that again?
So lodging and boarding are permitted in some of our zones.
Okay.
That's a different use than bed and breakfast or short-term rental.
Uh-huh.
Almost
Well,
sounds like a
how-
good opportunity for a lunch and learn.
How wonderfully complicated. Okay. And you wonder why there's so many illegal STRs. The last thing I have on my list is just talking about the opting out option. The province, according to this report, says that if you have a higher than 3% vacancy rate for 2 consecutive years, you can opt out. Is it implied that if you know, next year we have 2 consecutive years above, that we could opt out at that point? Is that something we want to contemplate in 1 year?
So through the mayor to Councillor Fish, yes, so the province says if you have 2 consecutive years where you are greater than 3% vacancy rate, then you could consider to opt out of the principal residence piece. And that's when we would monitor, come back and say, here's our vacancy rates, this is what we're seeing in the rental supply, and make some recommendations.
Right. Okay, well, that's it for me. Thanks very much. I do appreciate all the hard work.
And Mr. Garment, you had a.
Yeah, thank you. Through the mayor to all of council, this has been a topic for many, many years. I would say the questions that many of our councillors have asked has exactly explained why this is a bit of a challenge. But the way we're approaching it is guided by strategic direction from council, the focus on providing housing as opposed to providing tourist accommodation. So the path in front of you, sorry, I'm mumbling a little bit, reflects where we've been told to go. The important component of this is that monitoring and find out what the unintended consequences are. From a zoning perspective, though, you kind of, when you start to get into it, you got to start conservatively, because if you open too far and then you cut back, you have non-conforming uses, which are an absolute nightmare. So like, this is the way to start. This is best practice. There will be questions. There will be every iteration of that. So that conversation about lodging versus STR, typically lodging is kind of in a residential occupancy, working people. It's not the traveling public, right? And so STRs are the traveling public, and you know, they've been forever in other places, but this is where we've had that pressure. And many communities that are looking for that opt-out is because their priority is tourist accommodation, not housing. So, you know, I think this is a great opportunity to get launched, get our feet under ourselves, be consistent with another large jurisdiction, and then, you know, and then really find out what the right things to do. And I think the communication between our 2 urban municipalities is really important. And because we are in the wider valley, and the regulations are a little bit different in some other areas. So landing consistently and then working together, I think, is kind of like how it could work well, but it's going to be about the quality of the data, and we will definitely hear. So we're going to enable, we're going to listen, and then we're going to see like where we should be. And maybe it'd be awesome if hundreds of thousands of houses are built across this country and we don't have any need, and we only want to focus on tourism accommodation and then traveling public and its economic benefits. So, you know, hopefully we can go there. But I think knowing how many questions have been out there in the public about this, and a confusion and the messaging, we're starting in a good place. And I think using our first principles and our guidance strategically and the OCP, this is why staff have crafted this, and there are definitely flexible options as we go forward and figure out how it's going to land.
Yeah, and you know, and there's going to be a bit of pain because of those deadlines, but that deadline was imposed by the province, not us, and you know, it was up to them to come up with a reasonable timeline for that. So, Councillor Hillian.
Thanks, Mayor. If I'm correct, part of the plan here is to have a public hearing. And so we will hear from people and whether they have any of the same concerns that are being raised. And with that, I'd like to move recommendation 1.
All right, it's been moved and seconded. Councillor Frisch, were you going to move it, or do you have a comment? Okay. So close to 8:30. Oh, sorry, I should turn your microphone on then. I was like looking and going, all right.
It's getting late. I don't blame
Yes.
you. So I just wanted to make the comment that, well, of course, the province has stepped in here and made the decision for us, and something that we had made a strategic priority. So I just want to clarify that point. And so I think it was a big very big move, a very quick move. Don't necessarily agree with it 100%. What we're talking about here, in some cases, is in fact like a sharing economy. And I think in some ways we've infringed on private homeowners' rights to do that. I do think we're trying to take a balanced approach. I'm not criticizing our approach so much as just want to be cautious about how far we take this. And seeing as it's not necessarily going to solve problems with housing. It will solve a small portion of the problems with housing, but it may cause other problems. And in some cases, people are using this ability to share their house in this way, and it allows them to pay their mortgage, it allows them to pay taxes. So we have to keep that in mind. It also allows the development of small scale business versus big scale business. So it provides rentals for people in the tourism industry that otherwise we'd be looking at hotels, which is, it's hard to invest in a hotel. It's very easy to invest in something smaller scale. So I just wanted to make that point, but I will support this and glad that we're moving forward, also trying to keep these things in mind and build on this and make it the right way going forward. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Frisch. I don't see any further questions. It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor? Any opposed? And it's been moved and seconded. All those in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. Councillor Hamilton, Councillor McCollum, for 3. All those in favor? Oh, sorry. Yeah, no, thanks for jumping in. Councillor Jolicoeur.
And thanks, Mayor. Yeah, I really am interested to hear, I think Councillor McCollum made a comment, but around the importance of regional collaboration on the topic of the review. And so I'm just curious to hear from staff if that's planned, particularly with the town of Comox. Are we aligned with the 3 years?
Ms. Wade.
Yeah, through the mayor to Councillor Joko, they are not doing the monitoring one. That is something that we've been proactive at, but happy to talk to my colleague in Comox and have that conversation with them.
And we can talk politically as well with our colleagues over there as well. So, all right. Thanks for the answer. All those in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. It's been seconded by Councillor Cole Hamilton and Councillor Frisch.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I wonder if there's any appetite from council to shorten this and look at it sooner than later. Currently, our vacancy rate is, in fact, quite high, particularly on smaller units, up to 2 bedrooms. And I would suggest changing it to 2 consecutive years instead of 3. Do I have it wrong? I have it as 4 on my agenda, but I should have been looking up there.
Yeah,
My apologies. Too late.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's going to be too late. I think that ship has sailed.
Yeah. My agenda 4 is different, so I got.
Okay. Sorry about that. That being said, we do have the municipal ticket information amendment bylaw 3130/2025 in front of us. It's been moved and seconded with no questions or comments. All those in favor? Any opposed? That motion carries. Unless somebody wants to waive for a report. I don't see anybody waving, so we will call adjournment. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, guys. That